A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Dennis A. Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take you back to New Year's Day. It's morning, and Jack Benny has just finished his breakfast.
Do you want anything else, boss?
No, that's enough. You know, I never feel like eating too much after a big night out.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to ask you. What did you do New Year's Eve?
Well, I went to a nightclub where they gave you all the drinks and all the food you wanted for $6.
All the food you wanted, eh?
Yeah. Rochester, before you put my tuxedo away, take the lamb chops out of the pocket. Now, let's get the table cleaned off, and I'll help you with the dishes. Now, I don't want to be late for the Rose Bowl game.
Okay, I'll do the dishes.
No, Rochester, I'll do them. I want to try out that new electric dishwasher I got for Christmas.
But, boss, there's something wrong with it.
Nonsense. You probably don't know how to operate it. I'll show you how. Now, you put the dirty dishes in like this. And you close the door. Now, you turn on the switch. Ya-da-dee-da-dum, ba-dee-da-dum, da-dum, bum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dum, bum-dee-da-da-dum. There, that ought to be enough. And now to take the dishes out, you open the door like this. It's a new machine. I'm going to try it again. Get some more dishes out of the cupboard.
But, boss.
Open the cupboard.
Okay.
What was that?
Those are the dishes I washed yesterday.
I can't understand what's wrong.
Neither can I. Put it together the same day that I assembled the other kitchen appliances.
Yeah, I don't see why I should break the dishes. Looks all right from the outside. Let's take a look on the inside. Oh, for heaven's sakes, Rochester. Look at the egg beater belongs on the mixmaster, not in the dishwasher.
Then I must have put the part from the dishwasher in the mixmaster.
Why?
Well, this morning I tried to mix the cake. When I turned on the switch, a big arm came out, grabbed me by the back of the neck, threw me in the bowl, and scrubbed me on both sides.
What?
And before I knew it, I was sitting in the cupboard on the third shelf.
He had even put them away for you. Rochester, call the appliance company and tell them to come out and fix the machine. I'll get the door. You finish the dishes. Coming.
Coming.
Hello, Farley.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Bob. I thought you were going to the Rose Bowl game, too.
Well, I am, but I decided to come by here to talk to you first.
What about?
I'd rather not talk about it here. Can we go in the den?
Certainly, Bob. Follow me. Well, here we are. What is it you want to talk to me about?
Close the door first, Jack, please.
Okay. What is it, Bob? What is it?
Would you mind closing the window?
The window? Well, all right.
And pull the shade down, too.
Bob, for heaven's sake, what's the matter? What do you want to talk to me about?
Jack, you've got to stop kidding me about the way that I say Manischewitz a bit.
Oh, Bob, that's not important. After all, it was just a little fluff.
Little fluff, little fluff.
Quiet. Anyway, Bob, it's nothing to worry about.
Well, I know, but you began kidding me about it, and my wife began teasing me, and she showed me how that all of our kids could pronounce it.
Well, that's not... Wait a minute. Your youngest daughter's only 7 months old. She can't even talk.
Well, she still says it better than I do.
No.
Yes, and it's not my fault either. I tried to learn how to say it. I must have some sort of a mental block because I can never say it right.
Well, look, Bob, let me help you. Don't worry about it. Let me help you. Now, let's break it up into syllables and work on it. Now, look. Repeat after me. Mana Shevet.
Shevet.
Mana Shevet.
Manischewitz.
No. Look, Bob, let's try it again, Bob. Now, don't be nervous. Let's try it again. Now, try it. Mana Shevet.
Shevet.
Mana Shevet.
Manischewitz.
Bob, look, at once I know you can get it. Now, let's try it again. Mana Shevet.
Shevet.
Mana Shevet. Darn it, now you've got me doing it.
Let's try it again.
What?
Mana Shevet. Lucky strike.
You know, Polly is the only smart one here. Now, Bob, stop worrying about a little mistake. It's nothing. After all, your singing is the most important thing.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm primarily known as a band leader, not a singer.
What are you talking about? You have one of the best voices in the country.
I'd be happy if I had the best voice in my family.
What?
Well, I was second till Gary grew up.
Oh.
Say, Jack, I better be running along. You want me to give you a lift to the game?
No, thanks, Bob. Rochester's going to drive me.
Okay, see you later.
I'll see you at the door. Oh, there's the phone.
Well, you go answer it. I can walk to the door myself.
Oh, yes, you're different from the other musicians. I'll see you later, Bob.
So long.
Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don.
Oh, hello, Don. I'm waiting for you.
I'm afraid you'll have to go to the game without me, Jack.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, you know that new car, the MG, my wife gave me for Christmas?
Oh, yes, Don, that little English car. Gee, it's certainly a sporty job.
Yeah, I know, but it's been giving me trouble for the last 3 days.
What's the matter? Can't you get it started?
No, I can't get it off.
Oh, you really bit on that one. Yeah, I did. You bit on that one. Now, Don, hurry over. We still have to pick up my new girlfriend, Iris. I want to take her to the game.
Well, Jack, I've been thinking it over, and I don't feel that I should go with you.
But, Don, we were going to the game, and then we were going to come back to my house and have dinner together and make an evening of it.
I know, Jack, but it'll be better without me. After all, you know the old saying, two's company, three's a crowd.
Well, Don, in your case, no. It's a new year. I won't say it. Well, I'll tell Iris you couldn't come. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Mr. Wilson won't be here for dinner tonight. It'll be just the young lady and myself.
Yes.
Now, Rochester, this young lady, this girlfriend of mine, has never had dinner at my house, and I'd like to impress her.
Oh, don't worry, boss. The table is set beautifully. Flowers, and you'll eat by candlelight.
Good. What'd you do about the champagne?
Same as always. I took a cold bottle of 7-Up and slapped the Mum's label on it.
What?
And when you open it, I'll be behind the screen with my popcorn.
Oh, good.
Shall we synchronize our watches now?
Okay, I've got 11:17 and a half.
Roger.
Okay. Now, I want everything to go off smoothly. I'll get it. You finish everything in the kitchen.
Yes.
Coming. Oh, hello, Dennis.
On Wisconsin, runs right through that line.
Look, Dennis, just come in the house.
Yes, sir. Run that ball clear round the Rose Bowl, a touchdown sure this time. On Wisconsin.
Why are you singing Wisconsin songs?
Oh, I'm going to cheer for them today at the game.
But why?
Because I want Wisconsin to win.
Why, Dennis, isn't that being a little disloyal? After all, you've been living here in Southern California for nearly 15 years.
Living here, yes, but look where I was born.
Oh, were you born in Wisconsin?
No, New York.
Wait a minute, Dennis. This is the start of a new year. Don't make me mad.
Okay, but say, Mr. Benny, if you like Southern California and I'm rooting for Wisconsin, maybe we could make a little bet.
Well, all right, Dennis. How much would you like to bet?
$2 million.
Oh, $2 million, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, Dennis, may I ask you something? Where in the world would you get $2 million?
I could borrow it from the boys in the band.
Oh, fine. I guess they have $2 million.
Uh-huh.
And when, pray tell, did the boys in the band get $2 million?
A couple of years ago from someone named Brinks.
They did not. They weren't even in Boston at the time. But wait a minute. Remley was off that week. No, they'd never stoop to robbery.
Oh, no, you ought to see Bagsby dressed up as an old woman.
Look, Dennis, please go to the game.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Bye. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
You better get the car out. I got to pick up my girl, Iris. Gee, Iris, I never saw you look so nice. You're sure pretty when you're all dolled up.
This dress cost me $30.
Well, it certainly looks nice. Boy, am I lucky I met you. You know, Iris, I never would have met you if I hadn't been hungry that night. I'll never forget. I was driving along looking for a place to eat, and I drove right past Ciro's and the Macombo, and it was just fate that made me turn into Simon's Drive-In. And there, like a vision of loveliness, you came toward me. Gee, you smelled so good.
Yeah, it was chicken gumbo night.
25 cents a bowl, a meal in itself.
Yeah, but I'm really the lucky one. Imagine me going out with a rich guy like you. A guy who can afford to wear a coat with a fur collar.
Fur collar?
Boss, it slipped off again.
Never mind, Rochester, and watch your driving. Look at that sign that says speed limit 25 miles an hour.
I got it wide open, but you'll never make it.
Now, Rochester, drive up to the Rose Bowl entrance and let us off. Then you can park the car.
Yes, sir.
Come on, hold my hand so we won't get separated.
Tickets. Hold your own tickets, please.
Here you are.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, Iris. What's the special for tonight?
Beef soup and boiled potatoes.
Come on, Iris. Forget business for a while.
Okay.
Now, let's see. Our seats are in...
Hi, Jack.
Oh, hello, Bob. So you know Iris, don't you?
Sure. Say, Iris, are you still working at the Shamrock Cafe?
No, I'm back at the drive-in. Jack thought I ought to be outside where it's healthier.
You're darn right. What's the use of being in California if you can't enjoy the sun?
Yeah, but I sure wish I could get off the night shift.
Well, honey, just save your tips. That's all.
I do, but every time I get a little ahead, you want to go to a movie or something.
Well, it won't always be that way.
Hey, look who's here. Hi, Iris. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Lefty.
Lefty? You know everybody, don't you?
That's Lefty Flanagan. What a sport. He always orders a la carte.
Well, don't talk to her.
But Lefty's a big tipper.
Oh, hiya, Lefty. Now, let's see. Where do we...
Hello, Mr. Billy.
Why, Mr. Kitzel.
Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here?
A question. I'm here to see the game, of course.
Oh, do you have trouble getting tickets?
Did I had trouble? I came here the day before they were put on sale, and I stood in line all night.
Oh, yes, people do stay in line all night for the Rose Bowl game. What happened in the morning?
The box office opened at 7. I waited my turn, bought my tickets, but they turned out to be tickets to a burlesque show.
Tickets to a burlesque show? How did they make a mistake like that?
I made a mistake. In the smog, I got in the wrong line.
Oh. Are you here at the game alone?
No, I got to meet my wife, but she's not here yet.
Oh, that's too bad. I'd like to have seen her again. Tell me, has she lost any weight?
No, that's why she's delayed.
How could that delay her?
She was carrying a corsage of roses, and they thought she was afloat in the parade.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Joking, he said. She won second prize.
What do you know? Well, we better get to our seats. I hope you enjoy the game.
Oh, this is a certainty. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
Oh, Mr. Benny. You know it's a coincidence running into you today because it was exactly 6 years ago at the Rose Bowl game that I first met you.
Say, that's right. You had a little hot dog stand here.
Yeah, and I made so much money from my hot dog stand that I opened a little cafe and sold hamburgers and quick lunches.
Well,
These two were successful, so I went downtown and I opened up a regular fine big restaurant which became very popular.
isn't that wonderful?
Then I built branches in Glendale, Pomona, Burbank, and Pasadena.
No.
To supply my chain of restaurants, I opened a meat packing house and my own bakery.
Say, your business really grew.
Last week, I sold out everything.
You did?
Yes, and after paying all my income taxes, I will have enough money.
To retire?
No, to buy a hot dog stand.
What?
This is my third time around.
All I can say, Mr. Kitzel, is good luck again. See you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Bill.
Well, come on, Iris. Let's get to our seat.
Hey, Jack, I'll be right with you. I'm going to go get some programs.
Okay, hurry up, Bob. Now, come on, Iris. Our seat should be in this aisle here.
Stop, please. Let's see the numbers when you stop.
Here you are, Usher.
Right this way, up this aisle to row number... Oh, hello, Iris.
Hello, Nick. How are things?
fine. I'm on parole now.
Come on, Iris, for heaven's sake. Bob, let's get to our seats.
Okay.
Hey, here comes the band out on the field.
Yeah, look at there. They're spelling out LS, MFT.
Well, naturally. On college campuses all over the country, Lucky Strike sells more than the two other leading brands combined. Hey, don't they look nice marching up and down the field? Boy, just look at them. Boy, what a sight.
Oh, Lucky Strike, we'll make a bet. It's cigarettes you'll like. Just stare and compare. Not a public shop if you pop a Lucky Strike. So round and so firm. Oh, well, it's MFT. It's Lucky's for me. A cleaner, fresher, smoother, smoking 53. Rock, U-S-T, L-S-S-T. Rock, U-S-T, L-S-S-T. To look sharp, smoke a Lucky Strike. To feel sharp, up the smoke you like. To be sharp, and you better take right a pleasure to their Lucky Strike.
Say, these seats are okay.
They sure are.
Yeah, we can see the whole field swell.
Pardon me, boss. Pardon me.
Huh?
What do you think I ought to get my wife for Christmas?
Mr. Christmas was a week ago. This is New Year.
You mean it's already 1949?
It's 1953.
Oh, my goodness, I better get home.
Go home to your wife.
Well, I can't because she's here at the Rose Bowl game. Have you seen her?
For heaven's sake, I don't even know your wife. Now leave us alone.
Okay. Happy New Year!
Go already.
See, it's a shame that a guy in that condition being allowed to get out.
Yeah. Are you comfortable, Iris?
Uh-huh. Only I'm a little hungry.
Hungry?
Say, if you want me to, I'll go get some hot dogs.
Okay, go ahead, Bob. Bring 3 hot dogs.
Okay, I'll be right back. What about mustard?
I got them in my pocket. I came straight from work.
Yes, Bob, just get the Frankfurt.
Okay, I'll be right back.
You know, Iris, I think this game will be one of the best.
Pardon me, folks. Pardon me, folks.
Oh, no, it's the happy time again. What is it now?
Have you seen my wife?
Look, mister, I never saw your wife in my life. I don't know her. Now, leave me alone.
Okay.
Happy New Year!
Gee, the people you meet at football games.
Yeah. This wasn't going to be... Hey, look! Look, a guy just jumped out of a plane in a parachute. Hey, he's trying to land right here at the Rose Bowl. Of all the silly things to do, I wonder who would...
Hello, Mr. Denny!
Dennis, be careful! What a crazy guy.
Hey, here I am with the hot dogs, kid.
Oh, thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I just got back in time. Hey, look, there comes the USC team out on the field. Boy, they're a husky bunch of guys. And just listen to that crowd.
Hey, here they coming right past us. Iris, that settles it. I take you to a football game and you know everybody.
Well, I boys on the UFC football team always eat at the drive-in. They all like me.
Well,
In fact, they voted me Miss Unnecessary Roughness of 1952.
I don't care what offer have it. Here comes that drunk again. Isn't that all?
Pardon me, mister. Have you seen my wife?
Look, I told you I don't even know. Hey, Iris, watch me speak. What did you say, mister?
Have you seen my wife?
Yes. As a matter of fact, that's her sitting there 2 rows in front of us. The lady in the red hat.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry I'm late, sweetheart.
What took you so long getting here?
How do you like that? Out of 100,000 people, I picked the right one. That's amazing.
Well, I'm glad you got rid of him so he won't bother us during the game.
Say, Bob, you're really a rabid football fan, aren't you?
I sure am. In fact, I'm so interested in the game that I'm writing a book based on the life of that All-American linebacker from UCLA.
Oh, what's the name of the book?
I remember Muma.
Oh, Bob, that's one of the worst things.
Look, here comes the Wisconsin team.
Say, those Wisconsin players look awfully good, too, don't they, Iris?
They sure do.
Well, that's the last straw. I'm leaving. I'm not even going to stay and see the game. Now, let me tell you something else, Iris. You and I are through. Our engagement is broken.
Wait a minute. If you're breaking the engagement, what about the ring?
I'm not giving it back to you. Goodbye. Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
Be sure to hear The American Way, starring Horace Height for Lucky Strike every Thursday night over this station. I'm sure you'll enjoy this great new program. Consult your newspaper for the time. The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balter, John Packaberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Martin. Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
Stay tuned now for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Friends, this is Don Wilson. You know, choosing your cigarette is really simple. Just go by the taste. That's right, for nothing beats better taste. And the cigarette that tastes better, cleaner, fresher, and smoother is Lucky Strike. First of all, Lucky's give you the better taste of really fine, mild tobacco. Remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, with a wonderful flavor of its own. What's more, Lucky's give you the better taste of a better-made cigarette, made round and firm and fully packed, to draw freely and smoke evenly, to taste cleaner, fresher, smoother. So, friends, for your own smoking enjoyment, remember, better taste is what you're really after. And better taste is what you get in every pack of Lucky's. Be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next pack Lucky Strike.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in just 9 more days, a new tenant will move into the White House. And tonight, since we can't bring you the distinguished and lovable tenant, we bring you the mean old landlord, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard, saying that I own the White House.
But, Jack, what I said isn't so ridiculous. Technically, as a citizen and taxpayer, you do own the White House.
Look, Don.
You own all the buildings in Washington. The Capitol, the Library of Congress.
Don.
The United States Post Office.
Don.
The United States Supreme Court.
Don.
The United States Mint.
Don, stop. What'd you say? The Mint? What'd you say, Don?
I thought that'd get you, but, Jack, it's true. You own it, I own it, all the taxpayers own it. It's like being a stockholder in a corporation, like the American Tobacco Company.
Well, Don, that's a very good comparison, because everybody knows that the United States Mint is round and firm and fully packed. And if it isn't, it will be on March 15th. That I know.
March 15th? What happens on that day?
Well, Don, you wouldn't know about this, but people who earn over $500 a year have to pay taxes. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Don.
Hiya, Mary.
Mary, I said hello, too.
I know.
Well, what's eating you?
Plenty. All I asked you is let me keep a couple of packages of meat in your deep freeze. And this morning, Rochester sent them back to me. He said there was no room.
Well, Mary, if there's no room, there's no room.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jack. I happen to know that your freezer is unusually large. And just a week ago, I looked in and it was empty.
Well, it's full now.
No kidding. What's he got in it?
His Christmas tree.
All right, what's wrong with preserving the Christmas tree?
Jack's right, Mary. It isn't any of our business what he keeps in his deep freeze as long as he has plenty of meat, like those steaks he served us last night.
Some steak.
What do you mean, some steak? If you didn't like it, why did you eat so much?
I was trying to guess whether it was Dancer, Prancer, Donner, or Blitzen.
They were not reindeer. Those were very fine steaks. Didn't you see the government stamp on them? Grade A?
Mine said Merry Christmas.
I wrote that on there myself. Now, look, Mary, we have a show to do tonight on a very important sketch. So let's... What in the world was... Bob, what happened?
Well, Sammy, the drummer, he fell off the bandstand.
What?
Well, Jack, it isn't what you think.
No?
See, the boys in the band are just such practical jokers.
Practical joker? Why, what did they do?
Well, they took the electric wire that goes to Remley's guitar and taped it to Sammy's chair.
Well, of all things, wiring up his chair with electricity. I can't understand Sammy falling for it. Didn't he suspect anything when he sat on those wires?
Well, he didn't even get suspicious when they slit his pants legs.
Slit Sammy's pants leg?
Yeah, they didn't have to shave his head.
That I know. But, Bob, I think the boys are going too far. Sammy could have gotten electrocuted.
Oh, well, that's what the boys figured. So last night they took him to a cafeteria and told him to order anything he wanted.
Bob, you mean you went with him?
Oh, no, Jack, no. Don't you remember I was at your house?
Oh, yes.
Hey, by the way, what kind of steaks were those you served last night?
Huh?
Well, I went to bed, and every time I turned over, I heard sleigh bells.
Now, cut that out. I invite the whole gang over for a steak dinner. Instead of being grateful, you all make cracks about it being reindeer. The only one that hasn't is Dennis.
I can't talk. I've got an antler stuck in my throat.
An antler?
Your hat is still hanging on it.
For heaven's sake, I don't know why it is. I try to do a program and
Oh, Jack, take it easy.
I can't help it. Dennis, why do you go around irritating people?
I'm experimenting.
What kind of experiment is that? Irritating people.
When you do it to oysters, they give pearls.
Mary, you talk to him, will you?
Dennis, you better sing your song.
Okay.
Heart and soul, I fell in love with you. Heart and soul, the way a fool would do. Madly to be adored, lost control and tumbled overboard. Gladly, that magic night we kissed, there in the moonlit. Oh, but your lips were thrilling, much too thrilling. Never before were mine so strangely willing, but now I see what one embrace can do. Look at me, it's got me loving you madly. That little kiss you stole held all my heart and
That was Dennis Day singing Heart and Soul. And very good, Dennis. It was excellent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, who can that be? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm in the middle of a program.
I know, but I want to tell you something.
Tell me something. I just left the house a little while ago. Why do you always call me at the studio?
I don't get applause at home.
Never mind that. What's so important?
A man was here from a Pan magazine. He said they wanted to print the story of your life. Pictures and everything.
Oh, pictures too, huh?
Yeah, so I gave him some that were taken when you were in the Navy, some when you were in vaudeville, and some that were taken when you were entertaining overseas.
Oh, good.
Then he asked for one of your baby pictures, but I couldn't find any.
Well, what did you do?
I slipped him one of mine.
What?
Then he asked me a lot of personal questions, and I told him you were the nicest, kindest, and most considerate man I ever worked for.
Well, thank you.
Then he brought up the subject of your generosity.
Uh-huh.
So I told him for Christmas you gave me a bonus of $5,000.
You told him I gave you $5,000? What made you think he'd believe that?
Boss, when he didn't question the baby picture, I knew he was vulnerable.
Now, Rochester, I have to get back to the program, so I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What now?
A few minutes after you left the house, an electric fuse blew out and your freezer went off.
An electric what blew out?
Fuse.
A fuse, huh? Am I,
Your freezer went out.
My freezer went off, I see. Good. Well, what happened to all the things I have in it?
Well, your Christmas tree is all right, but 2 snakes thawed out and ran up the chimney.
Ran up the... Now, that's ridiculous. Rochester, why did you make up a thing like that?
Boss, when you start with applause, you got to end with a laugh.
I hope I am as fortunate. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
You know, Rochester may not be a good butler, but he certainly...
What's the matter, Jack?
I wrote an ad-lib in here, and I can't find it. Oh, well.
Well, Jack, what about the important sketch you said we were going to do tonight?
Oh, yes. So now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we will present our version of that wonderful Paramount picture, The Road to Bali, which stars Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, and Dorothy Lamour.
You know, I saw it last night, Jack, and it really is a funny picture.
I know. Now, since I'm a comedian, I'll play Hope's part. And since Bob Crosby is Bing's brother, he'll play his part. And Dennis...
Okay, but I look lousy in a sarong.
Look, you're not playing Dorothy Lamour's part. You're going to be a native we met in the jungle. A headhunter.
A headhunter?
Yes, and before we start, go hunt for your own. of fact, we were going to have Dorothy Lamour on the show, but at the last minute, something happened.
She wanted money.
Oh, quiet. Now, Mary, you're going to be Dorothy Lamour.
Okay, but with Bing and Bob in the picture, who's going to get me?
The May Company, if you keep making those cracks. Now that we've done all the casting, let's get on with our sketch. The Road to Bali.
Wait a minute, Jack. What about me?
Oh, yes, Don. You've got a very important part.
I have?
Yes. Paint a white line down your back. You're going to be the road. And lie straight out. I don't want any detours. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, The Road to Bali. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, The Road to Bali. My name is Bob Hope. My vaudeville partner, Bing Crosby, and I were stranded in Australia. We were broke and hungry and had no friends in Australia, so finally in desperation we became pickpockets. The first pocket I picked, nothing. The second pocket, nothing. The third pocket bit me. I had picked the pouch of a kangaroo. After days of continued bad luck, we were walking down the street when I turned to my partner and said, "Gosh, 4 days and nothing to eat. I'm starved." Say, Bing.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
I knew there was something Bing could do that he couldn't. Bing, I can't understand why I'm a failure. I'm a talented dancer. I'm a wonderful singer. I'm a great actor. I'm a big star. Big man. Look, it's Bob Hope. Bob Hope. What a surprise.
Some surprise. We had 3 rehearsals. I turned down the first 2 scripts, finally had to call in my own writers, and he's surprised. Look, Bob, you can go home if you want. I've got a monologue here that will run through Amos and Andy, Edgar Bergen, and right up to the weather report. Weather report, dull today, funny tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something. Rochester may not be a good butler, but he certainly... Oh, my goodness, I wrote it on the wrong page. Now, Bob, I'd like you to say hello to the other...
Just a second, Jack.
Huh?
A full minute has passed, and you haven't said it.
Oh, yes. The Road to Bali. That's better.
Jack, why did you have to say Road to Bali?
It's either that or money. Hiya, Mary.
Bob.
Say, Bob, you know Bing's brother, of course.
Oh, sure. Hello, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
How do you feel, Bob?
Fine. How do you feel, Bob?
Fine. How's your wife, Bob?
Fine. How's your wife, Bob?
Fine. How are your kids, Bob?
Fine. How are your kids, Bob?
4 writers got paid $6,000 for this sparkling dialogue.
Say, Bob, I meant to ask you, does Crosby here resemble his brother Bing much?
I don't know. Let me see. Smile, Junior.
Okay.
Well, they look alike, but Bing is a little fatter around the wallet. A little fatter on the place where he carries his wallet. Which reminds me, I'd like to ask you something, Junior.
What is it, Bob?
I haven't seen Bing since Christmas. What did he give Santa Claus this year?
Bob, you know Bing. He doesn't splurge too much around Christmas time. He gives his biggest gifts on March 15th.
Amen, brother.
Say, Say, Bob, how come you haven't seen Bing for such a long time? You're both at Paramount, aren't you?
Yes, but they changed our dressing rooms and we're not next to each other anymore. I meant to tell you, Jack, they gave me your old dressing room.
No.
Really?
Imagine that. My old dressing room. Guys, I can still picture it.
Start right through anywhere through there. It's awesome.
That's what they did, Jack. What?
No,
my old dressing room.
I was okaying your line.
I see. Well, I can still see my old dressing room. There's a big landscape painting on one wall, a window on another wall, and what's on the third wall?
6 wash basins.
Now, Bob, let's get back.
I won't talk until you look at your watch.
Oh, yes, road to Bali.
You're so fast here. Thanks, Jack. Now, there's something I want to do for you.
What's that?
Well, I wrote special lyrics to my theme song, Thanks for the Memory, and I'm going to sing it to you with a Sportsman's Quartet.
Oh, that's swell, Bob. Come on, let's hear it.
Okay. Thanks for the lucky strikes. The pack you gave to me of LSMFT is more than I expected. Thought I'd have to work for free. Oh, thank you so much.
Thanks for the lucky strike. A sentiment we share, you hear it everywhere. A lucky strike is better made, just tear and then compare. Oh, thank you so much. Listen, Bob, on your new program. Can you use a hungry quartet?
Of course, and I'll pay you in Jell-O. Yes, all you can eat. Oh, boy, what a treat.
Well, thanks for the offer, Bob. We'd really like to go and be part of your show, but we are stuck with Betty and for very little dough. Well, thank you so much. We like the taste of a lucky. There's nothing as good, no, there's nothing. For real smoking pleasure, start puffing. A lucky strike, the smoke you like. So thanks for a lucky strike. The smoke we all enjoy, no loose ends to annoy. From Florida to Washington, from Maine to Illinois. So thank you so very much.
That was wonderful, Bob. Not only did you sing the Lucky Strike commercial well, but you've got the only nose that can tear and compare. By the way, you haven't met Dennis Day yet. Huh?
Hello, Mr. Holt.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
You know, I saw your very first road picture, The Road to Singapore.
Really?
Yeah, and then I saw The Road to Morocco, The Road to Zanzibar, The Road to Rio, The Road to Utopia, and last night I saw The Road to Bali.
No kidding?
Yeah, and now that I finally met you in person, I'd like to tell you something.
What?
You're nothing without Bing Crosby.
Why, you E-flat idiot. I may cut the strings off you and let you just dangle. Is this fugitive from Glockamora sticking his tongue out at me?
No, that's an antler. Now, let's get on with the sketch.
What sketch?
The Road to Bali.
Good. I got a free one that time.
I know, but I'm putting my watch ahead. Well, let's get on with the sketch.
Okay. Hey, Jack, who's that lying down on the floor?
That's Don Wilson. He's the road.
He certainly got the valley for it. Oh, yes. Say, Jack.
What? I couldn't think of anything to say then, so I thought it was better to shut up.
Well, I was trying to think of a freeway line, but I couldn't finish it either. What?
Well, Jack.
Yes? I think it's only fair for me to play the part I created in the picture.
Well, naturally, so I'll play Bing's part.
No, Jack, since Bob here is Bing's brother, he should play that role.
Well, what can I do in the sketch?
Well, you play the part of the giant octopus.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not playing any octopus.
But it's a very important part.
I don't care how important it is. Imagine a man in my position in show business playing an octopus.
But, Jack, it motivates the whole picture. You see, the octopus guards a sunken treasure worth millions of dollars.
Well, get me 6 more arms and let's go. I'll set the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Paramount Pictures presents The Road to Bali with Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, Dorothy Lamour, and starring the octopus. Curtain music.
My name is Bob Hope. Crosby and I left Australia bound for the South Sea Islands to look for sunken treasure. We landed on the island of Vatou and became hopelessly lost in the jungle. For days, we wandered through a tangle of vines. And then we came to a rubber plantation and went through it for quite a stretch. Rubber stretch? If I'd known I was going to get dialogue like this, I'd have worn top hat and white tie. No pants. You got to get laughs, you know. As we reached the clearing on the other side, we were surrounded by a fierce tribe of cannibals and their beautiful white princess. My agent. The princess came up to me and said,
Me, native princess, who you?
Oh, how do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob What's Cooking Hope, telling all you cannibals that while I'd like to bring you joy, don't look at me when you want to put something in the pot, boy.
No worry. My tribe not eat you. You very handsome man.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't look like the real princess.
Real princess not here. She want money.
All I want is you, baby. Kiss me, Toots.
Hey, wait a minute, Dennis. You read my line.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Look at the script. It says Bob. That's me.
It says Boob. That's me.
Some sketch this is. It's crazy enough to have Jerry Colonna in it.
Greetings, Dick. How do you have
Wait a minute, you're not even in this sketch. How can you make love to the princess?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun.
Hey, Bob, what about me?
Beat it, octopus. You come in later.
Oh.
Well, I'm getting out of here. Come on, Bing.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
watch those low notes, Bing. We resumed our long trek through the jungle. Then our bad luck began. We had no food or supplies. At night, we had to light fires to keep the animals away. Then our water supply ran out. We had nothing to drink. We went 3 weeks without a bath. Then the animals started lighting fires to keep us away. Finally, we came to the coast. And we're looking down into the lagoon when the sunken treasure lay 7 fathoms deep. We got into a boat and rowed to the exact spot.
Well, this looks like the place. Don't you think so, Bing?
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
Now, look, I'll put this diving helmet on you. There. Now, go over the side and look for the treasure. Attaboy, Bing. Go down and get it. Here comes the giant octopus.
That's me, folks.
Oh, my goodness. The giant octopus ate up my pal Bing. Octopus, octopus, say something.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flood of increased enrollments in our schools will create a critical situation within the next few years unless action is taken now. By taking an interest in our schools, all of us can help make sure that the community we live in gets the best education for the money it spends and provides the best possible educational opportunities for our children. So please join and work with local civic groups and school boards. Remember, better schools build a stronger America. Thank you. We'll be back in just a moment. But first, a word to cigarette smokers. Nothing, no nothing, beats better taste. And remember...
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike meat, fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Friends, taste makes the big difference in cigarettes for nothing. No, nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. But don't take my word alone for it. Just listen to this and judge for yourself. A nationwide survey based on actual student interviews in 80 leading colleges reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette, by a wide margin, too. And the number one reason the students gave for smoking Lucky's was better taste. Yes, and I know you, too, will find that Lucky's taste better, cleaner and fresher and smoother. So enjoy the full, rich taste of fine, mild tobacco in a better-made cigarette. Yes, be happy. Go Lucky. Get better taste today.
Be happy, go Lucky, get better taste today.
Bob, I want to thank you for appearing on our show tonight and letting us do a parody on your picture, The Road to Bali.
I'm glad to do it, Jack.
Good night, Bob.
Good night, Jack. So long, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to hear The American Way, starring Horace Heidt, for Lucky Strike every Thursday night over the same station. I'm sure you'll enjoy this great new program. Consult your newspaper for the time.
The program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Packaberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Martin. Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
Stay tuned now for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Next Saturday, the University of Southern California plays UCLA in their big traditional football game. The whole thing was almost canceled out, thanks to Phil and Frankie. But more about this later. Now a word from RCA Victor. The years RCA has spent developing the field of electronics, the untold millions of dollars RCA has spent in research, have resulted in the discovery of a completely new circuit system for television home receivers. This new circuit system, with an electronic supercharger, now brings you television with picture power. And now, RCA Victor is the first to bring you 21-inch supersets with picture power. There's the RCA Victor Suffolk, the Clarendon, Donnelly, and Rockingham, for example. 4 magnificently styled 21-inch supersets. And each brings in the sharpest, most detailed big pictures you've ever seen. There's virtually no interference in any television area, city or country, thanks to picture power. They're superb, one and all. See them for yourself. And remember, when you buy RCA Victor television, ask about the RCA Victor factory service contract. When you buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service, you get television's greatest combination, offered by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. For the past few weeks, Alice has noticed that Phil has been very preoccupied. Lately, it has gotten to the point where he doesn't seem to know what's going on around him. He's in a daze, absent-minded, and being a little concerned, Alice has decided to talk to him about it.
Phil? Phil? Phil!
Phyllis, will you answer the phone? How can you stand that shrill ringing? Daddy. It's Mother calling.
Well, bring the phone over here. I'll talk to her.
Oh, Phil, I'm right here, and I want to talk with you.
I haven't got time now, miss. My wife's on the phone.
Phil, I'm your wife.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Hiya, Sophie.
Sophie? Oh, Phil, what's wrong with you?
He's gone nuts. That miniature brain is finally snapped. I told you the day you married him, Alice.
You keep out of this, Willie. I'm sorry, Alice. It's just that I got something on my mind.
Well, Phil, what's bothering you?
I don't know. I'm dissatisfied lately. I'm not happy with my radio show.
Well, you're not the only one, Philip. Sponsor's unhappy with it. NBC's unhappy with it. The public's unhappy with it.
All right. Now leave me alone, will you?
Yes, Uncle Willie. You stop picking on our daddy. He's just nervous because he's overworked.
That's telling him, Alice.
After all, there aren't very many men who work as hard for a half hour every week as Daddy does. Yeah, do you think it's pleasant for him to have to come down to the studio every Sunday afternoon when he could be out playing polo?
Polo? Oh, honey, that's a typographical error. It's supposed to be pool.
Leave it like it is.
Phil, why don't you like our radio show?
Oh, honey, don't say that. I like it. I love it. But it's just that I miss the thrill and excitement of playing to a large theater full of people, like I used to do when I was in vaudeville.
What's vaudeville, Daddy?
Vaudeville, my child, was a form of entertainment that they say was killed by a lot of corny acts that nobody will ever see again unless they have a television set.
Gee, that reminds me. It's time for the Continental. Come on, Phyllis. Let's go in and watch it on our new RCA Victor 17-inch picture power television set.
Yes! The set that brings in a good picture even if you live in a fringe area. This is made possible by the electronic genius of the RCA engineers.
Thank you and bless your commercial little heart.
I never knew you were in vaudeville, Philip.
Never knew. Are you kidding? I've been in the show business since I was a baby. My mother was in it before me. My grandmother was... Look, I don't want to brag, but Grandma was the first Indian girl to appear in burlesque. Mamusa was the original Cherokee strip. Hey, how'd you like that one, Willie? Cherokee strip.
Oh, Philip, you are a wit.
Think so?
Mm-hmm. You have a way of taking an old joke and making it sound just like an old joke.
Now, Phil, this restless feeling is just a stage you're going through.
Now, wait a minute. No, it isn't, because I was talking to Frankie the other day, and he thinks I ought to get back in front of the public, too. Said I can make a lot of money on personal appearances, and he's right. Because... Come in. After all, honey, I'm a big name. I'm in demand. I could
Hiya, Curly.
Hiya. What's the matter with you? You look tired.
I am. I'm exhausted. On the way over, I picked up 4 college girls, gave them a lift.
Well, why should that tire you out?
I haven't got a car. It ain't easy carrying those dames piggyback.
Wait a minute.
Frankie, where did you ever meet college girls?
On the campus at the University of Southern California.
Oh, now, what were you doing at the university?
Oh, Alice, haven't you heard? He's majoring in French. He wants to be able to read the labels on cognac bottles.
Please, Curly, no levity or I won't tell you what I was doing out there. I won't tell you the good news.
Good news? What good news?
You've been wanting to earn some money making personal appearances, so I talked to the dean at the university and got you a job.
No kidding. What kind of a job?
You're going to do a benefit at a football rally.
Benefit? Wait a minute. I ain't working for nothing.
You better take it, Curly. You're not much in demand. I had a tough time selling you at that price.
I think they got a lot of nerve. That's what I...
Oh, Phil, you should feel flattered they asked for you.
They didn't exactly ask for him. They wanted you, Alice, and I told them you wouldn't appear any place without your straight man.
Oh, they wanted me, huh? Well, when is this football rally, Frankie?
It's tonight.
What's the rally for?
It's for the USC-UCLA game.
Stop spelling things out in front of me. I'm old enough to know. You guys do that all the time.
Curly, those are two different colleges.
Oh.
It's the University of Southern California that wants you to appear at their rally. I think you ought to show up. You'll get a lot of publicity.
Yeah, but I ain't getting no money.
Oh, Phil, don't be so mercenary. After all, what's money?
Money, my dear, is the stuff that your side of the mattress is so loaded with that when we go to bed, I'm sleeping 3 decks below you.
Is her side really that high, Curly?
One night she fell off and broke 3 of my ribs. No, I sleep on my right. You're not supposed to sleep on your left side.
Stop it. Now, stop. Look, Phil, I'm serious about tonight. I think you ought to show up.
Yeah, it'll be a nice gesture for those college kids. Besides, they're sending a student committee over to see you this afternoon.
Look, Remley, I don't care who they're sending over. I ain't appearing at no rally for free, and I'm not going, and nobody's going to make me.
Hey, that may be the committee.
I certainly hope it is. I'll tell them off. Remley, you better take Alice in the other room. There might be bloodshed. They got a lot of nerve asking me to come down here, trying to get me to go to a rally and not even offering me a cent. You guys are wasting your time. I ain't going.
Hello, Curly. We're from Southern California. Oh, my, but you're big, strong, attractive.
Don't try nothing, lady. I'm 100 years old. What's the matter with you? I ain't working for nothing, and ain't nobody gonna...
Laurie, isn't he adorable? Oh, yes, and so handsome. And there'll be 200 beautiful girls at the rally, and they'll all be fighting to dance with him.
I don't care if there's gonna... 200 beautiful girls?
At least 200. What do you say, Curly?
Wait, I'll get my ride guitar and go with you.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't disappoint us, you lovely man.
Hey, Curly, was that the committee? Who
is this?
It's a red-eyed owl that just flew in. They're measuring for the mantelpiece. We're going to have them stuffed.
My name is Frankie Remley, girls.
You mean you're the Frankie Remley? Famous guitar virtuoso, star of the RCA Victor radio program, and discoverer of such great personalities as Phil Harris, Alice Faye, and Bing Crosby?
Wherever did you get that impression of me?
That's what your card says, the one you left with the dean.
Francis.
Curly. She must be thinking of another Frankie Remley. I wouldn't have a card printed like that.
Oh, but you did. I have it right here with me.
Let me see that.
Curly, I'll give you my word.
Wyatt. Let me read it. Oh. Discoverer of Phil Harris, Alice Faye, and Bing Crosby. Also founder of the North Pole. Head brain surgeon at the Mayo Clinic. And co-designer of the non-skid Rubber Mac.
Well, if you read that much, you might as well finish it.
Well, that's all there is.
That's all? Why, that crooked printer, he left out Chief of Counter-Espionage for His Majesty the Tsar. Heads shall roll for this, the salt mine.
Quiet, Look, kids, I'll be glad to appear for you tonight. By the way, who's sponsoring this rally?
The girls of Eta Sigma Pi.
Oh, good, good. Great audiences, them Greek waitresses. You know, they're a nice bunch of girls. They like me, too, you see, because I'm a big tipper, and I've never pinched a waitress while she's carrying the tray. I wouldn't think so. You know, I've always been... Sure.
Mr. Harris, Eta Sigma Pi is a sorority.
Oh, Ada. Oh, certainly. Yeah. You see, it's been so long since I've been to college, I've forgotten about the one I belong to.
You belong to a sorority? Mr. Harris, are you sure you went to college?
Oh, yeah. The fact is, Frank and I here we were classmates. Weren't we, Frankie?
If you say so.
Well, what was the name of the college?
Oh, the name? Well, what was the name of that joint anyway, Remley?
Heidelberg.
That's it, Heidelberg.
Why did you go all the way to Germany to attend college?
Oh, well, Heidelberg. That's where we went.
Well, why did you go to Germany to attend college?
We like warm beer. We might as well have missed it anyway. Didn't mean a thing. Did we like her or...
Oh, Heidelberg has always sounded so romantic. Tell me, Mr. Harris, is it as romantic as they say?
Ah, Julie Bayard. For romance, this is the place.
We was also on the football team. I was the head
You
back.
tell them, Beba.
I'm trying to feel. Shut up.
Oh, it really must have been exciting, Curly. I can see that you did a lot of dueling when you were there.
Dueling? What makes you say that?
Well, your face is full of saber scars.
Oh, yes. Those are German scars.
Better known as American wrinkles.
I don't think that's funny, Mr. Remley. Curly doesn't have wrinkles.
Thank you, dear.
I only hope when my daddy reaches your age, he looks half as good.
Just for that, lady, I hope UCLA scores 8 touchdowns against your school in the first quarter.
Oh, I know you don't really mean that, Mr. Harris. Well, we have to run along now. Margie and I will pick you up at 7 o'clock and take you over to the rally.
Okay, girls, thank you. We'll see you at 7. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, Ram. Aren't they cute children?
Yeah, adorable tots.
You know, Frankie, I'm only going tonight because I always get a big kick out of watching these youngsters enjoy themselves.
Me too. The fact that they happen to be pretty girls has nothing to do with it.
Heavens, no!
Well, Curly, now that you've decided to go, what excuse are you going to give Alice for changing your mind?
I don't have to make any excuses. I'll just tell her the truth. Come on, let's tell
Sure.
her. Oh, Alice!
What is it, Phil?
Oh, there you are. Look, honey, I've been thinking about that rally tonight.
So have I.
I've changed my mind about it.
So have I.
I seen the light and I'm going.
I seen the girls and you ain't.
Oh, so you saw him, huh?
That's right, I saw him.
Hey, look, Alice, I'm not going just because there's going to be pretty girls there. What's the matter? Don't you trust me, honey?
Oh, of course I do, darling. If you want to go, you can go. Well, I trust you implicitly. I know you won't look at any of those girls because I'm going to be there with you to see that you don't.
Oh, that's right. You're going to be there, too. Oh, well, we'll have fun anyway.
Look, Phil, all they want from you is entertainment.
Hey, entertainment. Hey, I got to do... Hey, Remley, what do you think I ought to do when I get there?
Anything. Juggle, do card tricks, dance and play the spoons at the same time.
I'm not a dancer. I'm a singer.
All right, sing and play the spoons at the same time.
Look, I'm just going to sing, and incidentally, it's my new RCA Victor record, and I better rehearse it right now.
Would you?
Yeah. Just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. A rambling and a gambling man, I'm free every night. I eat a porterhouse steak 3 times a day for my board. More than any gal in this whole town can afford. I got a big electric fan to keep me cool when I sleep. My mattress stuffed with dollar bills to tickle my feet. My motto is love 'em and leave 'em and break 'em and leave 'em and break 'em and right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. My house was bought with pawn shop tickets, red, white, and blue. My clothes are made of tiger skins right out of the zoo. I got a lot of money in the bank, I made it myself. The hearts of all my girlfriends lying right on my shelf. The girls all stop and whistle every time I go by. But I'm pretty darn particular, I'm telling no lie. I'm in there wheeling and dealing and really appealing and high as a kite. Come on, let's fly together, 'cause I'm rugged but right.
good but fair. You caused me plenty worry, put some gray in my hair. You got the lips that sunk the ships of England, France, and Peru. But I am like Napoleon, 'cause you're my Waterloo. I'd like a 15-minute intermission in you Ford V8. I'd love to make it longer, but I got a late date. My morals have always been gone with the wind, so let's breeze it tonight. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. Don't overdo it, 'cause I really overdoed it last night.
That was very nice, Curly.
Hey, yeah.
But at the rally, don't sing so loud. You'll drown out the spoons. I didn't hear him at all.
Oh, Phil, do you think you ought to do that song tonight?
Why not? Honey, when them college girls hear me do that, they'll be drooling all over them chrysanthemums. Man, I'll curl their little bobby socks. I'll have them twisted and twirled.
Listen to this redskin rave. I can't stand any more of this. I'm going upstairs. And, Phil, with all those young college boys around, the girls aren't even going to look at a couple of old men like you and Frankie.
Curly, I don't like your wife's causticity. Doesn't befit her.
Well, she just had it made, and it looks a little bulky under there. It'll wear down. Don't worry about it. It'll be all right. You know something, Remley? I'm just thinking. You know that Alice is right?
Hmm?
Well, listen to me. Compared to those college kids, we're gonna look a little old.
We don't have to.
We don't. What do you mean?
When we go to the rally tonight, let's act like college kids. Let's dress and talk the way they do.
Yeah, it sounds very good. It's great. But how do college kids dress and talk?
Don't you remember? Our band used to play a lot of college dances.
That was 25 years ago.
So what? College kids are college kids. They don't change.
They don't change the talking? No. Hey, then I got a great idea.
What's that?
You know something? I still have our old band outfits in the trunk upstairs. We can dress up and then...
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, let's go get them, and away we go.
Phil, it's almost 7 o'clock. What's taking you fellas so long to get
We're all ready,
back?
honey. We're all ready. Coming right down. Hey, Remley. Hey, let's show Alice what the well-dressed college man looks like.
Right.
Collegiate, yes we are collegiate. Nothing intermediate. We're collegiate, rah, rah, rah. Oh,
Rasmussen. Oh, you fellas are kidding. What are you made up for? What on earth are you wearing?
Kidding? What's kidding? These are college clothes.
Oh, no.
Certainly, we've got the striped blazers, bell-bottom trousers, jazz bow ties, and the pork pie hats with the turned-up brim.
Not to mention our raccoon coats, 2 muted ukuleles, and a set of canoe cushions.
Well, I'm not going any place with you looking like that.
Well, what's the matter with the way I look? This is my flaming youth outfit.
Oh, that's a novelty. A flaming youth outfit on a pile of old ashes. Take off those ridiculous raccoon coats.
We will not. Whoever heard of a college boy without a raccoon coat? Oh, Remley. Hey, that must be the girls now. Now, look. Let's Charleston to the door and let them in, right?
Charleston.
Miss Faye, call off your dog. If either one of these shaggy mutts bites me, I'll sue you.
All right, wait. We're not dogs. It's me and Mr. Remley.
How did you get so hairy?
It's not hair, it's raccoon fur.
Oh, when did that start growing on you?
Don't be a wise guy. We're dressed like this for a reason. We've been asked to appear at SC.
Well, it's about time the Sanitation Commission got after
Look, grocery boy, we're talking about the University of Southern California. Now beat it, will you? Because we want to
Hey,
get...
Curly, that must be our
Yeah,
date.
that's him, yeah.
Julius, hey, get lost. We don't want the girls to see you.
What girls?
A couple of sorority girls are coming over to take us to the college.
You mean they're going to be seen in public with you two?
Of course.
These initiations is getting tougher every year. The gruesome things they make them poor girls do just...
Will you be quiet, Julius? Hey, Remley. Yeah. Now open the door, and remember, if we want to make an impression on these college girls, we got to act the part.
Okay.
Hello, Curly.
Strut on in, Sheba. Your chic is waiting for you.
Don't stand there, flappers. Black bottom over to your cake eaters.
Well, ain't they jazzy tonight?
Mr. Harris, what are those ridiculous outfits you and Mr. Remley are wearing?
Campus togs, baby, campus togs. Ain't they the cat's pajamas?
Cat's pajamas?
Yeah, that's college talk. Hey, lay a little of that talk on them, Remley.
Okie dokie, hot diggity dog, and so's your old man.
23 skidoo, oh you kid, and ta-ra-ra, boom, de-ay.
Curly, you're going back a little too far.
Oh, Bella, surely you don't expect us to go out with you dressed like this.
There's nothing wrong with the way you're dressed. Come on, let's get started.
Yeah, we better hurry. On the way over, I want to stop at my bootlegger.
Remley, please.
I want to order some boots.
Oh,
I'm afraid we won't be able to take you. You see, we don't have room in our car.
Don't let it worry your pretty little head. I got a big Cadillac.
Oh, that ain't collegiate, fellas. You should have a hot rod.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gee whiz, we got to have a hot rod, but we ain't got one.
Well, I'll take care of that for you, Mr. Harris. Can you wait 15 minutes?
Yeah, we got to wait for Alice to finish dressing anyway. Now, hurry it up, will you, Julius? Hey, in the meantime, we'll entertain the girls. You ready, Remley?
Yeah.
1, 2.
You gotta be a football hero
to get along with a wonderful girl. Betty Coed has lips of red for Harvard. Betty Coed has eyes of blue for Yale.
Fellas, stop already, please.
Yes, it's getting awfully late. Mr. Harris, why don't you and Mr. Remley wait for the hot rod, and Miss Faye will go ahead with us in our car?
No. Now, we got to do this right. Look, we'll all go in a hot rod as soon as Julius gets here. Hey, in the meantime, I'll keep you flappers amused with another funny story.
Oh, please, Phil, you've told us every Peaches Browning joke there is.
No. You see, honey, this one's about Gertrude Ederle. It seems that this dame was putting the grease on, getting ready to swim that channel. Hey, wait a minute. I'll tell it to you later. Hold it. That must be Julius. Come on in, kids. Let's go out and pile on that hot rod. Come on, let's go.
Well, you're all set, Mr. Harris. I got your hot rod.
Good boy, Julius. Where is it?
Right here at the crib. How do you like it?
How'd it get hurt? What a broken down... Julius, that's my new Cadillac.
Looks good with the fenders off, don't it? I also took off the hood and removed the muffler.
Well, what did you do that for?
How else can you make a hot rod? Looks sporty, don't it?
Julius, you've got the top down.
What's wrong with that?
It's a sedan.
I know. It wasn't easy getting the top off. I had to do it with this can opener.
Oh, no. You little so-and-so, look what you did. You ruined it completely.
Don't get excited. I'll buy you a new can opener.
I had to break yours.
That's the appreciation I get after fixing your car up nice and painting that snappy slogan on it.
What snappy slogan?
Climb in, Peaches. Here's your can.
Oh.
So that does it. We are not going with those two characters.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't be found dead with those two cornballs. Come on, girls. We'll go to the rally alone. Goodbye, Phil. See you in the morning.
But Alice, wait a minute. I'm not... Alice. Remley, they don't want us.
How do you like that? We get all dressed up for the occasion and no place to go, and we're just going to have to...
All right, take it easy. Take it easy, Frank. Hey, I'll tell you what. You still got them canoe cushions?
Yeah?
Well, then come on. I'll take you for a paddle in MacArthur Park.
How cozy. But wait, I got a better idea.
What?
Let's go back in your house and make a batch of bathtub gin.
Jumping Jupiters, what a peachy idea. Ooh-wee.
We'll be back in just a moment. Now you can enjoy the music you want when you want it. Now you can enjoy it at its best with RCA Victor's modern system of recorded music, the 45. The moment you listen to RCA Victor's 45 system of recorded music, you'll recognize in a flash the beauty of lifelike clarity and unblemished overtones. And you'll agree the 45 system sounds better. It plays easier, too. Take RCA Victor's new Victrola 45 personal phonograph, for example. It's versatile and practical. It's neat and compact. Why, the Victrola 45 personal phonograph even has a convenient carrying handle. And if you buy the Victrola 45 personal phonograph now, if you buy any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45s exclusively, you'll receive at no extra cost over $6 worth of record albums. So take advantage of this terrific bonus offer brought to you by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations.
You were a wonderful audience, folks. We're a little late. Thank you, and good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Barbara Eiler and Gloria Grant. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, the Theater Guild stars Claudette Colbert and Gregory Ratoff on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Hi there, gang. This is Ken Carpenter, taking Command Performance out on the leash again, as per your request to Armed Forces Radio Service, Los Angeles, USA. And this week, a note from Sergeant Jim Blaine and his buddies at APO 149 discloses that they have a very special girlfriend in Hollywood named Paulette Goddard. And it's not a bad girl for any outfit. The letter follows. Dear Command Performance, we're all crazy about Paulette Goddard and would like to take her out for an evening of dining and dancing. But unfortunately, we're a long way from the States, so here's the deal. How about getting Jack Benny, who we understand is a big spender, to take her out for us? Well, I never knew Jack was a big spender, but since no command is too big or too small, our magic microphone now picks up Mr. Benny as he rings Miss Goddard's doorbell in answer to this request.
Gosh, I'm nervous. I hope Miss Goddard is home. Why doesn't somebody answer the door? Oh, well, this will be a good chance to check my equipment. Let's see. I've got some flowers, my Sensen, my Kiss Me in the Dark necktie that lights up, and a pint of lipstick remover. Wow, what a night this is going to be.
Yes?
Good evening. Is Miss Goddard at home?
Oh, Jack, I'm so glad to see you. Come on in, sugar.
No, none of that, baby. You know, you're cute, but I came to see Miss Goddard.
But I am Miss Goddard.
Oh, Paulette. Gosh, Paulette, I'm so excited. I thought you were your maid. You know. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, I brought you some flowers.
Oh, they're beautiful. Where'd you ever get them? Dandelions.
Oh, my yard is full of them. And when they wither, Paulette, don't throw them away. They make wonderful wine.
Well, if you think I'm going to jump around barefoot in a bunch of dandelions, you're crazy.
I know what you mean. I got the yellowest feet in my neighborhood. Well, are you all set to go out on a date, Paulette?
Oh, yes, Jack, I'm all ready, but, well, should I take some money along?
Oh, no. No, I should say not. I mean, perish the thought.
Well, I was only asking.
Of course, it might be advisable to bring along a few dollars in case the zipper on my wallet sticks, you know. And then, too, you better bring along a little mad money.
Well, how about if I take $50? Will 50 tide us over?
Tide us over? Paulette, will you marry me?
Jack, get up off your knees.
Okay. Give me a hand.
Come on, up you go.
Thanks. Now, where'll we go?
To a service station. You've got to have your oil changed.
Oh, I'll be all right. Well, let's hop in the car, Paulette. Huh?
I'll hop. You take it easy, Wheezy.
Well, we're off. Well, we're almost there, Paulette. And this place we're going to really has wonderful music and food.
Oh, swell.
Here, have another.
Jack, you're taking me out to dinner. I don't want another peanut butter sandwich.
Look, food is food, whether it's in a car or a restaurant.
But don't you understand? I'd like to have some hot food.
Well, why didn't you say so? I've got frankfurters in the radiator.
I don't care if you've got cornbread in the carburetor. I want to go to a restaurant.
Okay. Gosh, all this trouble. Here's a place right up here. And believe me, it's a classy place, Paulette. Look at that electric sign there.
Yes, I see it. B.S. Pulley's Blotto Grotto. Off limits. Jack, what does off limits mean?
No cover charge, I guess. Come on, let's go in. Hey, this is a real exclusive place, isn't it, Paulette?
What'd you say, Jack?
I said this is a real exclusive place.
Speak louder, I can't hear you.
I said this is a real exclusive place.
Hey, you, pipe down. This is an exclusive joint.
Why, it's our host, B.S. Pulley. Well, Pulley, how about a ringside table?
You want a table or a boot?
What's the difference?
With a boot, you get curtains.
Oh, curtains. That'll be lovely. So continental and everything. Hey, Paulette?
Listen, lover boy, you better stay out in the open where you're safe.
Oh, well. All we want is a table for two, but it's so crowded here.
Don't worry, I'll make room for you. There you are, table for two.
Gee, these seats are still warm. Come on, I feel like dancing.
No, thanks. My feet are killing me.
Not you. I mean Paulette.
Oh, Jack, I'd love to dance, but I think Miguelito Valdez is going to sing. He's out there on the floor now.
Well, that's all right. We can dance around him. Come on.
Sit down, you barracuda, I'll bite your throat. The floor show's about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, the Latin American sensation, Miguelito Valdez.
Acumba, cumba, cumba, cumbanchero. Bongo, 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 cero. Briquitín, que va sonando el cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Ay, bongo cero que se va. Acumba la que bongo, la que cumba 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 la que bongo, la que bongo, la que bongo cero. Briquitín, que va sonando el cumbanchero. Bongo cero que se va. Bongo cero que se va. Y suena así el bongo. Y vuelve a repicar el bongo, bum bumba. Acumba bongo 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 cumba bongo 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 cero. Briquitín que va sonando el cumbanchero, bongo cero que se va. Ay, bongo cero que se va. ¡Joder! I know what I say. De la piquiti cumba malama facataca piquiti casavala mamma Miguelita de mi vida mira papi que me muera yo bailando la rumbita calientica sabrosita de la piquiti cumba malama facataca piquiti casavala mamma. Cumbanchiero.
You know, that singer sounded like the tobacco auctioneer there.
Oh, but that was beautiful. You know, Jack, Miguelito Valdez sings with such feeling and passion. I like all music. It does something to me. It seems to waft me into another world, a blue, hazy, romantic dream world. Ah, music.
Well, I must bring my violin over.
What's that got to do with music?
Plenty. You know, Paulette, I'm awfully glad the fellows overseas chose me as the guy to take you out. Gosh, being with you seems to waft me into another world. A blue, hazy, romantic dream world. As I look into your eyes, do you know what they say?
Yeah, let's eat.
Darn, I left the sandwiches in the car. Oh, Pulley.
Oui, monsieur.
Miss Goddard is hungry. Would you run out to my car and bring in that bag of sandwiches on the front seat?
What do you think this is, Griffith Park?
No, but I'm just not too sure about the food here.
What do you mean? Our food is filled with sanitation. It's untouched by human hands.
Untouched by human hands, eh?
Yeah, we got an ape for a cook.
An ape?
He's a cousin of mine, once removed and twice by the sheriff.
Jack, I think we'd better go someplace else.
Say, I know a cute little place down the street. You know, on the night they have Spanish food, the waitresses wear Spanish costumes. Oh. And on the night they have French food, the girls wear French costumes.
Well, don't expect that around here. We got raw oysters.
Well, I don't feel much like oysters. Haven't you got something fancy?
How about some nice breast of guinea hen?
Breast of guinea hen. Is it under glass?
What do you think? It's under a sweater?
I'll tell you what, Pulley. Sounds a little like Fred Allen. I'm not kidding. Pulley, just bring us some drinks now, will you?
Okay. How about trying our overseas egg cocktail?
Overseas egg cocktail?
Yeah. One drink and you're powdered.
I'll take a chance on that. How about you, Paulette?
Well, sounds like a Mickey Finn, but it may be jolly.
Damn murder, lady. And now to introduce the next act in the floor show. The gentleman from Indiana himself, singing a melody of some of his famous song hits, Hoagy Carmichael.
Every songwriter's written a song about the South, and I'm no exception. The song I wrote about the South is... Georgia, Georgia, the whole day through, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind, Georgia on my mind, each day, Georgia, my honey. A song of you comes as sweet and clear as moonlight through the pine. Other arms reach out to me. Other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you, my pretty Georgia, pretty Georgia. No peace I find, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Well, you've all heard about the sad sack. You've heard about the hubba hubba. I know that. Well, here's one of mine called No More Toujours L'Amour with a little hoya hoya in it. Hoya, 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 hoya. Eager beaver got him a 12-hour leave. Hoya, hoya, looking like Christmas, happy as New Year's Eve. Hoya, hoya, eager beaver found him a clinging vine. Pretty as a picture gave her that Sunday shoving off Monday line. Hubba, 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 eager beaver taking her home at last. Hoya, hoya, look at that sad sack wooing her much too fast. She's soaring, locking the door. No more toujours l'amour. Ain't it a shame he got the wrong dame, 'cause the night is damp. Damp, damp, he's overdue at camp. Tramp, tramp, and it's 22 miles from town. Hubba, 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 22 miles from town, boy. To those of you who saw the picture, the have and have-not, and weren't looking at Lauren Bacall, that was me at the piano behind the match. And the tune was a knocked-out ditty of mine called Hong Kong Blues. It's a story of a very unfortunate music man who got arrested down in old Hong Kong. He got 20 years privilege taken away from him when he kicked an old Chinese gong. And now he's bombing the piano just to raise the price of a ticket to the land of the free. Well, he say his home's in Frisco where they send the rice, but it's really in Tennessee. That's why he said, I need someone to love me. Need somebody to carry me home to San Francisco and bury my body there. Oh, I need someone to lend me a $50 bill, and then I'll leave Hong Kong far behind me for happiness once again. Won't someone believe I begin to see that bay again? But when I try to leave, sweet local man won't let me fly away. I need someone to love me. Need somebody to carry me home to San Francisco and bury my body there. Of a very unfortunate music man who got arrested down in old Hong Kong. He got 20 years privilege taken away from him when he kicked an old Chinese gong.
Gosh, that Hoagy Carmichael's certainly a talented fellow, isn't he, Jack?
Well, yes, of course, all of us good songwriters have to be.
Oh, well, I didn't know you wrote songs. What are some of your numbers?
Well, I wrote Run into the Roundhouse Nellie, the brakeman can't corner you there. I nearly killed that one.
Is it all right?
Then I wrote She Works Down in the Laundry, but She Never Holds the Bag. Have you heard that one? I've got a new novelty tune coming out.
Oh, well, what's that one called?
Be a good sardine, Junior, and help your mother out of the can.
Hiya, folks. What's cooking? Hey, do you mind if I join you?
Oh, we certainly do.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Listen, Bud. But if I were you, I'd stop drinking.
Oh, I'm celebrated. I've been taking the cure, and this is my last day.
Your last day?
Yeah. Just think, tomorrow liquor will disgust me. They think.
This guy is impossible here. Come on, Paulette, let's dance.
All right.
Wait till I get my shoes on.
I might be safer if you leave them off.
Well, I'm all set. Come on, Paulette. Ah, this is wonderful. Floating around the floor like two zephyrs. We dance very well together, don't we, Paulette?
Yes, Jack. But why don't you lead for a while?
Well, you know these new steps better than I do. Ah, this is living.
Jack, I don't mind your smoking that cigar, but please watch where your ashes are falling.
Oh, pardon me.
Now, all you dancers will get back to your tables and start spending some money. Our chanteuse, Miss Jerry Sullivan, will sing.
Strangely enough, I sleep well, except for a dream or two. But then I count my sheep well. Funny how she can lull you to sleep, so I should care. Should let it upset me. I should care, but it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. And I do. I should let it upset me. But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. But I should care, and I do.
Paulette, you get a lot of entertainment here, and the price is right, too.
Yes, up to now it's practically a USO for you.
I'm willing to spend. Hey, waiter!
Yes, sir. Have you seen the man?
The men's what?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, have you seen the man?
For goodness sake, sing it.
Yeah, have you seen our menu, our own special menu? And I
Oh, I'm so hungry I could eat a cow.
Are you really? Waiter, have you got any cows?
Sing
it.
One meatball. Get no cows with one meatball.
Oh, give me that menu. I'll order myself. Now, let's see. I'll have some patty de foie gras, some vichyssoise en tasse, avec croûton ragout au bouillabaisse. Have you got that, waiter?
Oh, yes, some I can't sing in French.
What does all that mean in English, anyway?
It's sausage on a shingle.
This place is awful. Let's go, Paulette.
Well, I got awful close to having dinner.
Oh, there'll be other nights.
Optimist.
Well, Paulette, we're on our way home.
Yep. Boy, am I going to raid the icebox.
Are you still hungry? I never saw such a stubborn girl.
Oh, well, it's been a nice evening anyway, Jack.
Yes, sir. Gosh, what a beautiful night. Look at that big yellow moon. What does it make you think of, Paulette?
Cheese. I'm starving.
Well, there's some sandwiches left in the bag. Why don't you take one?
You're sitting on them.
Oh. Yep. Sure has been a wonderful evening, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, here we are.
Was this my home?
Home nothing, sister. This is the Hollywood Hills.
Why, Jack Benny, what are you parking here for?
Now, listen, Paulette, don't try and act like Margaret O'Brien.
Oh, you silly, silly boy.
That's what you think, Paulette. You don't know a wolf when you see one.
Where? Where's the wolf?
Right here beside you. Don't look out of the car.
Oh, Jack, you a wolf.
Yes, my lamb.
Well, and what's going on in this car?
Whoops, a cop. Let me do the talking, Paulette.
All right, you devil.
Come on now, speak up, you. What's the idea of parking up here at this hour of the night?
Well...
Oh, pardon me, mister. I didn't see you had your daughter with you.
This is not my daughter.
Say, wait a minute. Ain't you Jack Benny?
Look, I'm not Bob Hope.
I know that. He's parked around the corner.
That's a hopper. What did he think he is, a high school boy?
Well, you're not exactly Roddy McDowell, Daddy.
Listen, officer, I didn't come here to be insulted by you.
Just take it easy, Breezy. By the way, if you need some vitamin pills, just honk your horn 3 times.
Thanks.
Well, good night, miss.
Good night.
And if you need me, just yell. Oh, and Benny, if you need me, you can yell, too.
Now, there's a wise guy if I ever saw one. All right, Paulette, you've been stalling long enough. Are you going to kiss me or not?
No, I'm not. Well, Jack, don't give up so easily. Stop the motor.
I thought you'd come around. Come on, pucker up.
Okay.
Well, we can go now.
Good night, fellas.
Well, gang, this is Ken Carpenter winding up another command performance from us to you. We hope this taught a strong lesson to the boys who asked that Jack Benny take Paulette Goddard on a heavy date. And along with those 2 favorites, tonight's playbill included V.S. Pulley, the hit song composer Hoagy Carmichael, the South American singer Miguelito Valdez, lovely Jerry Sullivan, Mel Blanc, and Frank Nelson. Until next week, good night to all of you from Command Performance, USA. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
of the old hickory singers, kiddies.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present the Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guests, Mary Livingston's husband, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaugh, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Mooney, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I start tooting the claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. Ladies and gentlemen, Shakespeare said, to be or not to be. Benjamin Franklin said, remember, time is money. But for the last 8 months, all I've said is, here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I happen to overhear your opening remarks. Lad, if you are unhappy in your work...
Well, how can I be happy, Fred? Every Sunday, what do? I have one line. Here he is again.
Kenny, the man who invented the telephone only had one line when he started.
Yeah, but Fred, I'm not getting any place in radio. It's the same on my other show.
Oh, you're on another...
The Lucky Strike program.
Oh, the Lucky Strike program. What do you do on that?
You know when the man says LSMFT?
Yeah.
Then the tobacco auctioneer says, Yachta, sold American.
Uh-huh.
Then a voice says, you bet.
You bet.
Another voice says, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The voice that says, yes, sir, is mine.
You're beaten down on that show, too, huh? Kenny, why don't you give up that other job and just work on our show?
You mean you'll pay me the extra money?
No, Kenny, but I tell you what I shall do. I'll let you add the line you have on the Lucky Strike program to the line you have on our show. Put them together now and see how they sound.
Here he is again. Yes, sir.
How is that?
Well, that's more like it, Fred. Now I've got something to do.
As long as you're happy, Kenny.
Mr. Allen.
Well, Portland. Well, Portland, pull up an old rejoinder and sit down. What's new?
Mama says President Truman has taken over all the coal mines.
Does your mother need coal?
Yes. Mama's calling up the White House tomorrow and ordering 2 tons.
Oh, that's fine. Do away with the middleman. Go right to the top. Well, if she needs any wood, the president can sit down at the piano and give her a couple of chords, I imagine. Not good. Can I help it? A man crept in here and did something to the script tonight. I won't mention his name.
Mama says the world today is a bowling alley.
The world is a bowling alley?
Every time you turn around, there's a strike.
Anything you don't understand, applaud. It's perfectly all right. That's what they do in Hollywood. People come in, just applaud and get warm and go home. And I'm glad the trains are running again, Portland.
Yes, if the railroad strike lasted 1 more week,
Yeah?
the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe would have been off the hit parade.
Oh, that would have been terrible. Well, I think I'll run along, Portland. I have to get my magnifying glass and worm a crab apple.
Mama says Friday is your birthday.
That's right.
How old are you?
Nobody knows, Portland. I was born before the Decca Company started, so there weren't any records in those days.
Mama says
Now, don't you laugh. Don't you laugh. You're going to establish a precedent in here. I want to know about it.
Mama says last year when the candles on your birthday cake melted down,
Yeah?
there was enough grease to wax the floor at Roseland.
Oh, I'm not that old, Portland.
Mama says if you were a piece of furniture, you'd be an antique.
Yeah. If I was an antique in radio, I'd be Duncan's Other Fight. Well, that's life, I guess, Portland.
Mama says life is like the Australian fig bird.
The Australian fig bird?
It lives on the seeds in figs.
But there aren't any figs in Australia.
The Australian fig bird dies at birth.
And the Australian fig bird has nothing on our jokes. I think we'd better get along to Allen's Alley, Portland.
What is your question tonight?
Well, recently a Mr. Ralph Slater, a specialist in mental suggestion, made a phonograph record that he guarantees will put any insomniac to sleep. And so our question is, do you have any trouble sleeping? And if you do, what are you doing about it?
Shall we go?
As the dollar did said when the glutton sat down, I'll be gone in a minute. so good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. It's as quiet as an eel coiling in a bucket of whipped cream. Say, I wonder if the senator is in. Let's knock.
Somebody knock.
Yes,
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Look, I know.
Something tells me you don't remember me, son.
Look, I remember
I'm
you.
from the South. The Bone and Possum Paradise.
Now, look,
The
Senator.
only plant life I have around my house is a Virginia creeper.
Now, wait a minute.
Every time I get chicken pox, there's Southern frying.
Senator.
Remember me now, son?
No.
Don't say no in my presence.
Why not?
You know, that's North abbreviated.
Wait a minute, Senator. What about this sleeping problem?
When I first went to the Senate, I had plenty of trouble sleeping. After the roll was called, I'd put on my sailsucker nightshirt and my linsey woolsey beret.
Yeah?
I'd face the south, lean back, close my eyes.
And go to sleep, huh?
Until some Yankee pigeon fucker would get up, start flapping his lips, and break up my Morpheus filibuster. Filibuster, that is.
Heard you the first time, Senator. Are you still losing sleep, Senator?
No, I've solved my problem, son.
How?
When I'm ready to sleep in the Senate, I sit back and croon myself my southern lullaby.
What is your southern lullaby?
Rock-a-bye, small fry on the cotton tree top. When the southern wind blows, your cradle will rock. When the wind's from the north, I say, baby, you'll bawl. For down will come cradle, tree, and you all.
Well, very good, Senator. The senator stopped just in time. I was dozing off myself. Now, I wonder how Titus Moody is doing. Howdy, Bub. You're starting to sound like Dennis Day, Titus. Tell me, Mr. Moody, do you have any trouble sleeping?
I only half sleep.
Half sleep?
I got short eyelids.
With short eyelids, you can't close your eyes, huh?
Only when I frown.
Oh, I see. Well, are you the only one awake on the farm?
No, daylight saving time has got everything in a swivet.
The animals are bewildered?
Yeah, my cow had insomnia.
Your cow didn't sleep at all?
The bags under her eyes were so big, I didn't know which end to milk.
You were confused, eh?
Yeah. First time I milked the wrong end and got 2 buckets full of homogenized tears.
Well, have you cured the cow's insomnia?
I got a book on hypnotizing.
Good.
I stood in front of the cow.
Yeah?
I stared right into her eyes.
Uh-huh.
I started waving with my hands.
Uh-huh.
I said, Alakazam, Alakazam. You ain't a cow, you're a hen.
You're a hen. Well, was your hypnotism a success?
Yeah. Today that cow thinks she's a hen.
Well, how do you know?
Well, she's sitting on a nest.
You mean?
She's laying eggnogs.
Let's try this next door here.
No?
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You're expecting maybe Hoagy Carmichael.
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, do you have trouble sleeping?
Who could sleep? Every night with his dreaming, my husband Pierre is waking me up.
He dreams, huh?
Always his different things.
Dreams these different things? How do you mean?
One night Pierre is dreaming he is the lone stranger.
Yeah?
All night long he is yelling, Hi-ho, Silver.
Hi-ho, Silver, huh?
Upstairs is living on Mr. Silver.
Yeah?
All night he is yelling back, Hi-ho, Nussbaum.
I see.
One night Pierre is dreaming he is an automobile, a roadster.
A roadster?
In his pajamas, Pierre is sleeping with the top down.
Oh. Fine.
Once he is dreaming he is an Alka-Seltzer.
An Alka-Seltzer?
All night Pierre is fizzing.
Well, no wonder. No wonder you can't sleep.
Last night he should drop dead.
What happened?
He is dreaming he is a tea kettle.
A tea kettle, huh?
All night long Pierre is whistling.
Whistling?
In the morning when he is waking,
Yeah?
in bed with Pierre is 20 dogs.
That brings us to the lavender shanty at the end of the alley. Let's try here.
You knocked 3 times. Do you think that's nice? In my last picture, the postman rang twice.
Falstaff, you have new poems tonight?
Indubitably. Hast heard, said the little bear to the big giraffe, let's eat a hyena just for a laugh?
No.
Or when I called her baby, her face lit up because she had a lantern jaw?
No.
How about this? Mother's home putting spikes in her shoes. She's playing first base for Vera Cruz.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. You exponent of the hackney, tonight we are discussing the problem of sleep.
My poem awaits your bidding.
And what is your shut-eye sonata called?
My recipe for slumber.
How does it geek?
If you cannot sleep at night and you don't know what to do, my recipe for slumber is just the thing for you. Don't waste time taking powders. Don't bother counting sheep. Don't dawdle in a hot bath hoping you will sleep. Don't give up drinking coffee. Don't send for any gland bath. You can eat and drink all night, and still you'll meet the Sandman. My recipe for slumber is older than the Sphinx. Just cut 20 tiddlies into halves, and you'll get 40 winks.
Well, thank you. Falstaff runs for cover. We turn to beat the DeMarco sisters. Accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his I Haven't Got a Joke for Them This Week Philharmonic, the DeMarco sing Doing What Comes Naturally.
Folks are dumb where I come from. They ain't had any alarm. Still they're happy as can be. Doing what comes naturally. Folks like us could never fuss with school, books, and art. Still we've gone from A to Z. Doing what comes naturally. You don't have to know how to read or write when you're out with a fella in the pale of moonlight. You don't have to come from a great big town not to go big and bears in an evening gown. That comes naturally. That comes naturally. My uncle out in Texas can't even write his name. He signs his checks with X's, but they cash them just the same. Uncle Ben got angry when they caught him stealing chicken. I'm within my rights, said he. Doing what comes naturally. Why, naturally. Naturally.
And now a simple suggestion.
A suggestion about something good to eat makes us all take notice, so here's one for the book. Be smart when you spend your food dollars, ladies. Get the most for your money. Get Bluebonnet margarine, for it gives you flavor, nutrition, economy. All 3. Yes, not just 1, not just 2, but all 3. You get flavor, delicious flavor, fresh, delicate, country sweet. The fussiest eater in your family will tell you, gee, Mom, this tastes swell. Bluebonnet brings you proved nutrition, too. It's rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. As for economy, you'll find Bluebonnet saves you real money. Costs just about half as much as an expensive table spread. And remember, Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast, so you know it's pure, fresh, dependable. These days, your grocer doesn't always have Bluebonnet, for there's an acute shortage of table spreads, but keep asking. He'll have it. And when he does, grab it. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all 3. Flavor, nutrition, economy.
That was just a short order of Who Do You Love, I Hope, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his 40 men who...
This is Studio 6A,
Say, wait a minute,
folks.
wait a minute.
This last booth is the control room.
Say, just a minute.
That little man with the mildew on him is the vice president.
Say, wait a minute. What is this?
This is a Radio City 60-cent tour. Okay, folks, let's get going. Hey, wait a minute. I got a stowaway here.
A stowaway in a tour?
Only 15 people paid. Now I got 16.
Who would be low enough to sneak into a tour to save 60 cents?
There's the guy. Hey, you.
Who, me? Jack Benny.
Come on,
Jack.
60 cents out of your back.
Take your hand off my spine. Put me down. Yes, guys. Put Mr. Benny down. I'll give you the 60 cents.
Wait a minute, Fred. Wait a minute. Put that money away.
But, Jack.
I've only seen half the tour.
Well, Jack.
Give him 30 cents.
Here you are, guys.
Thanks. Follow me, folks. On your right is a water cooler.
But, Fred, it was nice of you to to pay that 30 cents.
Oh, it was nothing.
Nothing, he says. 30 cents.
Jack, how can you be so cheap?
All right, go ahead. Be like the other radio comedians. Tell some cheap jokes. Say I'm tighter than the skin on Sidney Greenstreet's hip. Squeeze a nickel so hard the E pluribus laps over the unum. Tell him.
Well, Jack, I didn't...
Oh, start insulting me after I made a special trip up here just to say goodbye before I leave for Hollywood.
Well, Jack,
All of a sudden I'm cheap. I won't even eat in the sun. My shadow might ask me for a bite.
Your shadow has teeth? Jack, don't get excited. Look, if you're cheap, you're cheap.
That's the way I look at it. Some people save asparagus ends. It's a hobby. My hobby is not spending.
Well, Jack, if there ever was a time that you and I should not argue, this is the time.
What do you mean this is the time?
Well, haven't you heard? A lot of the radio programs that have been on for many years have been canceled. They'll not be back on the air next fall.
Well, that's radio, Fred. It's dog eat dog. I always say only the fit survive.
Oh, how true. By the way, you finished tonight, didn't you?
Yes, sirree. Tonight was my last show of the season.
Did your sponsor mention anything about your program coming back in October?
Well, no, Fred, but we have a mutual understanding. You see, we always sort of take it for granted.
Oh.
The season ends, the sponsor shakes hands with me, and then we... Yipe!
Jack, what's wrong?
Tonight he didn't shake hands.
Well, that's what happened to the street singer. At the end of the year, his sponsor used to wink. One year he didn't wink. The street singer was back in the street.
Fred, why should my sponsor want to get rid of me? Well, I'm funnier than I was when I started, and I'm getting less money.
Really?
Some weeks when he's short, I take tobacco. I hate to get these big laughs on your program.
Let's face it, Jack. Radio needs new blood. Who knows? We may be through.
I've been on radio 14 years. They can't throw me aside like an old shoe.
But, Jack...
14 years. And now, like an old shoe.
But, Jack, you with that and yipe. 14 years is a long time.
Fred, what has Ma Perkins got that I haven't got? Only longer commercials.
Well, Jack, you know how it is in radio. Today you're a star. Tomorrow Ralph Edwards is hitting you in the face with a pie.
Like an old shoe.
Well, cheer up, Jack. At least we have our memories. We've known each other for 30 years.
Yep. The first time I met you, Fred, I was just a kid in school. $1, $1, a 10 o'clock scholar.
You were the only 10 o'clock scholar I ever saw with 5 o'clock shadow.
How I could use some of that fuzz today. I could use a good joke today, too.
The next time we met, we were in vaudeville, remember? You were doing a musical act.
Playing the violin. What a finish I had. When I played Glowworm, my violin lit up.
With those neon strings, it was beautiful.
Fred, remember my encore?
Encore?
Remember I'd put the violin bow in my teeth, bend the crab, and play Listen to the Mockingbird?
And as you bent the crab, 2 mockingbirds flew out of the back of your pants?
I stopped every show.
Except this one. Remember the closing...
This one stopped 5 minutes before I got on it.
Remember that week in Needles, Arizona, the closing act, Cohen's Camels?
Cohen's? No,
I don't. The closing act. Jack, how could you forget Cohen's Camels?
Cohen, I remember. My sponsor told me to forget that other word.
Those were the happy days. The next time I saw you, you were just going into radio.
I remember the morning Marconi called me up.
Marconi?
Marconi and Singing Sam had a little radio station in a doorway down on the east side. The antenna was a Western Union boy holding a wire.
Well, I guess
those jokes don't fit me.
No, they don't.
The antenna. When did I ever say antenna on my own show? Go ahead, Fred.
Well, it's all over, Jack. We've come to the end of the rainbow.
Like an old shoe.
There it is again.
Been on 10 minutes already. I've only had it's an old shoe. But I forgot antenna.
We ought to get a boot out of that old shoe by now.
Oh, I'm sorry I brought it back in again. Seems like only yesterday I ran into the May Company and said, Mary, stop demonstrating that Brillo. That's another word I don't know.
It goes on top of an antenna. A Brillo fits on an antenna. Cheer up, Jack. When you're retired, you can tune in on my program.
Your program? You mean you're not getting thrown out of radio, too?
Well, why should I?
Listen, if my program is old stuff, you with that broken-down Allen's Alley.
Now, well, wait, I mean my new show.
New show?
People don't want entertainment today. A radio show has to give away things. Nylons, iceboxes, automobiles.
You mean to stay on the air, you have to give things away? Free?
Yes.
I'll die first.
Well, not me. I'm auditioning my new program tonight.
And Fred, you're giving things away?
Tons of stuff.
The stranger?
What's the difference? Who gets it?
Well, Fred, as long as I'm here in the studio...
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. Professional people cannot participate. It's a rule.
But don't you ever find people on these programs changing their names to get something for nothing?
Well, occasionally we do catch a phony, but we're on the air. What can we do?
Nothing. You have to give them the merchandise?
That's right.
Mr. Allen, we're ready for your audition.
I'll run along, Fred. So long.
So long, Jack.
Giving away things for nothing.
Well, all right, Mr. Goodman. Let's try out my new show.
How would you like to be king for a day? And here he is, the man who will change one of you nobodies into king for a day, the old kingmaker himself, Red Allen.
Thank you, and good evening. Did all you folks in the audience like those $1,000 bills you found on your seats when you came in? Good. And if you want more, there'll be a big bag of money at the door. On your way out, help yourselves. But the stage is loaded with hundreds of presents for the first man to answer our jumbo jackpot question. He will be king for a day. And here is our first eager contestant. Good evening, sir. What is your name?
Abner Plog.
Mr. Plog, how old are you?
I'm 98.
98 years old.
And don't pin no orchid onto me.
No orchid, eh?
That's how I lost my wife.
On a quiz program?
Yeah. My wife was 102. A fella pinned an orchid onto her.
I see.
The weight of the orchid bent my wife over and snapped her spine.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, my wife won first prize, but she never knew it.
Well, all right, Mr. Flogg. Now for our question. You may be king for a day.
I don't think I'll last through the day.
All right, we'll hurry. Tell me, who was the 6th President of the United States?
The 6th?
There were 3 names.
Mary Margaret McBride.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Flogg, but for making such a swell try, here is a gift certificate presented at LaGuardia Airfield, and you will get a brand new B-29 and a polka dot form-fitting parachute. Happy landing, Mr. Flogg. And here is our next potential king for a day. Your name, sir?
Myron Proudfoot.
You look like a chap I know.
I'm not interested in your friends. Start giving things away, brother.
What is your occupation, Mr. Proudfoot?
I'm a chaplain in a bakery.
What does a chaplain do in a bakery?
I put wings on angel cake.
How long have you been in the cake business, Mr. Proudfoot?
Long enough to know a crumb when I see one. I see one.
Now, don't get sarcastic, Mr. Proudleg.
The name is Proudfoot, and make with the question.
All right. Who was the 6th President of the United States?
John Quincy Adams.
John Quincy Adams is correct, and Mr. Myron Proudfoot is king for a day. Folks, here he is, King Proudfoot. Well, Your Majesty, how do you feel?
Never mind how I feel. What do I get?
Well, first for His Majesty from Schnook Sport Nook, a genuine no-splash beaver-board canoe paddle.
Canoe paddle? Oh, boy!
And with the compliments of Tiffany's, this chromium pitchfork.
Gee! A 4-prunger, and it's all mine.
And from Hemingway's hardware store, 200 pounds of self-hardening putty for teeth. Just what I needed. Just what I needed. This is just the beginning, King. King, you are over 35.
By 2 years.
Fine. Now, Jumbo Cotton, Uncle Jim, for His Majesty. He is over...
Effie, that's yite backwards.
And here, the piston rod from a genuine Baldwin locomotive for His Majesty the King. Oh, locomotive. And here, from Melody Lane Music Shop, this case of 2,000 soybean mandolin picks. These are the mandolin picks.
I just keep pinching myself to believe it.
Immediately after this program, Your Majesty will be guest of honor at a banquet at Hamburger Heaven. Tomorrow morning, through the courtesy of the Sanitation Department, you will be guest conductor on the 11.5 garbage run through the Bronx. At night, in your ermine robe, you will be whisked by bicycle to Orange, New Jersey, where you will be the judge in a chicken cleaning contest.
I'm king for a day.
And that's not all.
There's more?
Yes, we are going to start right now to make you look like a king. Sam of Sam's Super Shoe Shine Stand is here to brush your shoes. All right, Sam.
Sam, watch out for the button.
Next, the president of the Busy Bee Hat Cleaners is here to block your hat. Take the king's hat, Mr. Bumble.
And change the newspaper in the hat bag.
Your suit is a little baggy, King. Boys, take His Majesty's coat off.
Wait.
On our stage, we have a Hoffman pressing machine.
Now, wait a minute.
An expert operating the Hoffman pressing machine will press your trousers.
Now, wait a minute.
I've been waiting to catch you like
Alan,
this.
you haven't seen the end of me.
It won't be long now.
I want my pants.
Well, if you don't know what day today is...
Today is the day to get out the tall glasses. The iced tea season is here. Time to enjoy iced tender leaf tea, one of summer's main attractions. Yes, iced tea is raised to its ultimate best by the use of this richer blend. In fact, the iced tea season has played a big part in making tender leaf tea so famous for flavor. Flavor means more. It's more important through the summer months. So everybody sets out to get all the flavor going, and that leaves big tender leaf tea for finer flavor and more of it. In spite of melting ice, the richer goodness of tender leaf tea persists. The last swallow of the glass is still delicious, still flavorful tender leaf tea. As summer
This
comes
is
on,
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's 5 o'clock of a dark winter's afternoon, and the campus is in a soggy state. The trees are dripping, the ivy is drooping, and only the sturdier students are seen sloshing along in the mud-stained snow. All of which seems to have had no effect on Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, who returns home to number 1 faculty row in a buoyant and triumphant mood, as his delighted and delightful wife, Victoria, says,
You seem mighty perky on such a murky day, darling. Come on, tell me, what's the good news?
Good news. As a matter of fact, I had a perfectly abysmal day. I was needled, nettled, and besieged by all kinds of carping petitioners. But however well fortified I may be to cope with normal grievances, I have an Achilles heel for whimsy on a busy day.
A whimsical heel. It sounds enchanting.
Well, it's a fair description of young Jethro Matthews III.
Oh, yeah, him. He's the one who made the big fuss with the Dramatic Society about the scenery being too realistic. He also had a dandy suggestion that we do Death of a Salesman as a ballet.
Yeah, he's trying very hard to be consistently unconventional. He's a bright boy, but he's failing in his poetry course. It seems he hasn't attended any classes recently.
Why not?
Oh, he said he could learn far more about poetry by contemplating the vistas of nature than the visage of Professor Heaslip.
Well, he's got a good point there. But he's young, he'll outgrow it.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was intensely individual myself when I was his age.
I bet you were a beautiful baby.
Ravishing, darling. But my critics were divided into two schools. One believing that I was just a mild eccentric, the other that I was a boring poseur. Both views were accurate. I was what is known in those days as a bohemian.
Oh, I know, yeah. Sit around in a smoky room and try to shock each other.
Yes. That's right, yes. Adolescents from 20 to 70 who sit on the floor of what they call a studio with candles stuck in the necks of bottles. They have Schoenberg on the record player, which cannot be heard, of course, because of the furious talk about music and the pity for the poor, grubby businessmen. The men who made the candles, manufactured the bottles, built the record player, recorded the Schoenberg, and were idiots enough to forego the last 3 months' rent on the studio. Bohemians, making a fetish of the unconventional. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Wonderful, wasn't it? What a lot of fun we had.
You talked yourself right back into it, didn't you?
How did I get to be such a qualified authority on eccentric behaviorism? Did I make any sense?
Oh, certainly. You sounded like a professional psychiatrist.
A psychologist.
Psychiatrist, psychologist. What's the difference?
The same as between a poor student in the library and a rich one in the malt shop. One studies and one treats.
You know, this is the first time I've ever understood the difference. But to get back to your day at the office, what other dreadful things made you feel so good?
Well, for one thing, Professor Fisher is probably still wondering what happened to him.
Professor Fisher at the law school? What'd you do to him?
Well, I asked him whether he didn't agree with me that it was high time we had another look at the bylaws of the Student Legislative Council. He seized upon my suggestion, turned it into an indictment, and launched into a prosecutor's harangue.
I'll bet you put the old harangue-utang back in his cage.
No, but I managed to turn the case of Fisher versus Hall into the case of Hall versus Fisher. Oh, I gave him a run for his money. You should have seen his face.
You really poured it on, huh?
There was really no difference of opinion to start with, but he worked himself up into a hopeless contradiction, which I pounced upon with alacrity. And then, Vicky...
Louise, I'll get the door, darling. Don't stop. Now, you were pouncing. Go ahead. Pounce.
I used an old trick of forensics. As a champion and ruthless debater in my day, come in.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Is there someone to see me, Louisa?
Yes, I told him to wait. The stout one who talks like a birthday card. Yes, it couldn't be anybody else. It's Professor Heaslip. Oh, he sounds as though he were reading off tombstones. That's the one, Mrs. Hall.
Well, you'd better send him in, Louisa.
Yes, sir. And, Mrs. Hall, I told him not to bother because it's working now, but he wanted $1 anyway. For Professor Heaslip? No, he's in the hall. I sent the other one away. I'll tell him you'll see him, Dr. Hall. Sorry, have you any idea who wanted the $1?
Not yet, darling. In due time. We can't rush Louisa. With her, small phrases are tributaries that finally join a river filled with the flotsam and jetsam of facts, which will eventually flow out into the sea of knowledge.
Well, salute salutations, Skipper.
Ah.
Greetings, lady.
Professor Heathcliff.
My apologies, but I couldn't help overhearing. You were speaking of the Sea of Knowledge. What a proper subject for a conversation in the presidential mansion. And pray tell, what intellectual voyage had you embarked upon at this hour of twilight?
We were just wondering about a man who wanted $1.
What? Oh, yes, Jason in search of the Golden Fleece. What a delightful sense of humor you have, fair lady.
Yeah, well, with $1 where it is, we need one.
Ah, yes, a cogent observation. Skipper, I just stopped by to return your book.
My book? Oh, yes, the Christopher Fry play. Thank you, Professor. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I've read it with some interest, particularly because of the flurry it has caused in certain literary circles.
I liked it.
Well, fair lady, it is pleasant in a way, but I found it much too wordy and flowery for my more austere tastes. Didn't you, Skipper?
No.
Oh.
No, I enjoyed its richness of language. But then I like words and flowers.
Yes, of course. A very gifted dramatist. Oh, by the way, Skipper, I stood up for you last evening.
You did? Well, thank you.
Oh, yes, Skipper, I took up the cudgels in your defense.
Oh, really? Oh, what about?
Oh, nothing serious, mind you. There was a discussion, and when certain, shall I say, impetuous statements were made, I couldn't resist raising my voice slightly in protest.
And that was jolly nice of you.
You spoke, fair lady?
Well, I'd appreciate knowing what these statements were, Professor. They might be true.
Oh, I hardly think so, Skipper. Just the irresponsible prattle of an idle tongue. What could be more ridiculous than to even suggest that you couldn't take time to attend to the practical problems of a university?
Are you asking, Professor, or is that what was said? I mean, is it a quote or a question?
Well, fair lady, perhaps I shouldn't have brought this up.
Yes, but who would suggest that...
Oh, dear, look at the time. It's nearly dinner. I must be off. Thank you again for the fireplace, Skipper. We must sit down and have a real discussion on it one day.
Yes, I think one day would be... goodbye, Professor Heathcliff.
Yes, goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, fair lady. And, Skipper, I wouldn't give it a moment's thought if I were you. It was just that I was so surprised about Agnes. Dean Huxley. I didn't know she felt that way about you. Well, I must fly.
There goes an idle tongue full of irresponsible prattle, if ever I heard one.
Well, you can't take him seriously. As my father used to say, a fool's tongue is always long enough to cut his own throat.
As my mother used to say, it's better to plant a seed of goodwill than to put a crumb in another man's bed.
Very good, Vicky.
Yeah, I wish he'd stop saying fair lady. Fair lady. Sounds like a bus conductor. And the way he backed off and changed the subject when you stood up to him about the Fry play. Huh?
Well, Heathcliff is a man of many sentences and a few convictions. And what did he mean about Dean Huxley? What nonsense.
Yes. Johnny, you never finished telling me about how you vanquished Professor Fisher.
Fisher? Oh, well, now, what I think of it, I shouldn't take too much credit because I had him from the very beginning. Realizing the weakness in his case, I could afford to bide my time and do nothing.
Well, but you said you pounced on him.
Oh, why, I didn't really pounce. I just made a small point. It really wasn't such a... You know, it is surprising, Agnes Huxley. I've always had a great personal regard for our Dean of Women, and, well, I felt there was a mutual...
Of course, darling. You know she likes you. Now, come on. Now, what about Fisher?
Well, what could I have done or said that would have made her change?
Well, who says she's changed? There's nobody on the staff more loyal to you.
After all, there's nothing surprising about her saying I didn't have time to attend to all the problems of the university. The president of any college has to budget his activities by the very complex nature of the...
Yes, come in, Louisa. Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Oh, yes, Louisa.
I forgot to tell you she called this morning, said she couldn't make it. And Mrs. Hall, he said the $1 was for coming over here. And I told him you don't pay for just visiting without fixing it. Certainly not. Fixing what? Oh, don't worry, it's working now. And Dr. Hall, she said she was sorry.
She?
But it's not worth $1, Miss Hall. I wouldn't pay it if I did.
Oh, no, indeed.
I'd gladly pay $1 just to find out what he came to fix. $2.
$3.50.
$4.75.
Any other bids? Going at $4.75 to the beautiful lady with the blue eyes. Sold. Wrap it up, Louisa.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Hall. You can be very confusing at times.
I'm afraid I didn't catch the name of who it was that was sorry she couldn't make it and what it was she was sorry she couldn't make.
You didn't? It was a committee meeting. Miss Dean Huxley.
Dean Huxley? Do you mean she can't attend the faculty advisors' meeting tomorrow night?
I wouldn't know. Said she wouldn't be there at all. Seems to me people should leave plugs in where they belong. Icebox didn't work all morning. Well, I have my work to do.
Claudie, I think I've got it. Louisa knocked the plug out of the refrigerator and didn't know it. Called the repairman, and by the time he got here, she discovered her mistake.
It's the first time I can remember Dean Huxley missing an important committee meeting. Of course, there needn't be any connection. I mean, this couldn't have anything to do with her criticism of me. Do you think?
Oh, she's probably just swamped with studio problems. She works awfully hard, Tony.
Yes, I realize that. A very capable woman. And her department is rather short-staffed. I wonder... Yes, that could be it. She did say she needed another assistant. But that was a year ago, and it was the Board of Governors who turned down the request. I never thought she would hold me personally responsible for that.
Well, I'm still waiting, darling.
Waiting? What for, Vicky?
Well, won't you please tell me how you gave Professor Fisher the coup de grace?
Oh, yes, Professor Fisher. Yes, well, I'm afraid I exaggerated a bit. It wasn't really a conquest, you know. Just a minor skirmish. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure I scored my point at all.
Oh, darling, now don't let Heaslip's forked tongue spoil your day. Well, you know what a fine woman Agnes Huxley is. You've always said there wasn't a more efficient and understanding dean of women anywhere.
Yes, and that's why I'm perturbed, Vicky. When such an able executive as Dean Huxley suddenly leaves a cryptic message that she can't attend a most important meeting, which, of course, has nothing to do with what she thinks of my administrative ability... Or has it? Well, I didn't know I was so lacking in understanding of the female faculty. Perhaps I should let the male staff alone for a while and concentrate on the distaff.
Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, it's noon the next day. And Mrs. Hall has just returned from town when she's intercepted by her housekeeper, Louisa.
It's none of my business, Mrs. Hall. I got that recipe for the clam chowder from my great aunt in Savannah. He always liked it before. Nobody else I know makes it the same. And he just said, no, thank you. That's all.
Well, I wouldn't take that too seriously, Louisa. Perhaps Dr. Hall didn't feel like soup today.
Not that I believe in keeping a good recipe a secret. It's the bell pepper makes it. I mash and strain it first.
Yes, well, thank you. I'll call you if I want anything.
All right. But mind how you walk. I got a cake in the oven. Looks good, too. My sister says that's why she won't own a vacuum cleaner. Huh? Says you can't pull a straw out of it to stick in the cake and see if it's done. All right, I'll be careful. I was going to practice jumping over the sofa, but it can wait.
Hello, darling.
Vicky, I believe I have it. It wasn't a year ago when the Board of Governors refused to add another assistant. It was at least 6 months before that. Remember when the delegations from those two sororities came to see me about a pledge they both claimed?
Yes. And you told them they were big girls now to work it out for themselves. And, darling, Louisa's got a cake in the oven. If you must keep pacing, please do it on tiptoe.
Well, I can't pace on tiptoe, darling. It'd look ridiculous. But You see, Dean Huxley must have found out that the girls had come to me instead of to her. And even with the most intelligent of women, those things rankle, you know.
She would never hold a thing like that against you or anything else. As a matter of fact, I just ran into her an hour ago.
You did? What did she say?
Oh, the usual hello and how are you, and she was in a terrible hurry, so we didn't actually settle
You mean she didn't speak to you?
I didn't say that.
Well, I don't want to put a false construction on a minor incident, but it would surprise me if she held it against you, too.
But if I weren't the president's wife, and I thought nobody would recognize me, I'd march over to Heathcliff's house or class or wherever that windbag is at the moment and give him a good punch in the nose for carrying tales. You know me, one round Cromwell.
Well, Vicky, I have none of the conventional prejudices against women in executive positions, but I've found that they have a tendency to emotionalize issues, to take the personal rather than the objective point of view. I can understand how Dean Huxley has misconstrued my action in the sorority matter as a peremptory assumption of authority, but I'm sorry that she allowed this to influence her judgment. I take this committee meeting tonight. She should be there. Why isn't she coming?
Well, maybe a cousin's sick, or if she's got a cousin, or possibly she's been evicted from her house and has to move tonight. I mean, there could be a dozen reasons. Maybe she's sitting on a jury. There are a dozen reasons right there.
Whatever it is, why did she just leave a message without any explanation? Now, why did she complain to Heathcliff of all people? Why, if she had a complaint, didn't she come directly to me? Vicky, there's only one thing to do.
And I've already done it.
What?
Well, when I met Dean Huxley, I said, hello, Agnes, I said. And then I said, if you don't mind the fib, Dr. Hall said he would like to see you. So, she said she'd come over this afternoon. Do you mind?
Mind? Of course not. Oh, any further postponement would only widen the breach. However, I shall have to find a delicate way to remind her of the danger of letting small grievances grow into crises. And I must firmly recommend that in the future, if she have any protest, she give me the original, not the duplicate. I prefer not to be a pawnbroker of protests, dealing in second-hand complaints.
Well, you have no idea, Agnes, how happy I am you were able to make it this afternoon.
Well, you know, Victoria, I was almost ashamed to come here.
What?
Dr. Hall, I've been having a guilty feeling about you.
Oh? Well, why should you feel guilty about me, Dean Huxley?
Well, I haven't been to see you.
I don't know how you find time to see yourself with all the desperate, dramatic crises of charming and slightly distraught young ladies who crowd under your wing.
Yes, I sometimes feel like a mother hen with her peeping chicks. But I don't know why I should complain. That's my job.
But it's your prerogative to complain. Without protest, there can be no progress. And without constant challenge, we would all doze on a featherbed of complacency. No, Dean Huxley, I must insist. You have every right to complain.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hall. But, complain about what?
Well, if you haven't got a complaint handy, Agnes, think fast. Make one up. Now's your chance.
Oh, no, I'm sure Dr. Hall has enough on his hands without my small problems. I may be a mother hen, but he's running the whole chicken ranch.
Well, I try to do what I can, but with the multitude and variety of my duties and obligations, many of which, of course, extend beyond the campus itself, I'm left with only limited time to attend to what are sometimes called the practical problems of a university. So I can have no sensitivity about anyone who may criticize my particular allocation of interests and energies and...
Dr. Hall, what on earth do you mean? Why, I've never known you to refuse to listen to any problems that came up here at Ivy. Honestly, I don't know how you find the time to do it.
Well, I've always believed that the primary obligation of an administrator is accessibility. That's why there is no door to my office in the administration building.
William said that either he or the door would eventually become unhinged, so he beat the gun and took the door off.
Well, I hope the privilege of free entry isn't abused, Dr. Hall. You can't be expected to do everybody's job. I had a set to with a faculty member about this very thing a day or so ago.
Oh, really?
He slipped?
Why, yes. He wanted us to go trotting to you with a small dispute before we even had a chance to work it out for ourselves. I told him he was silly to bother you with it, that you had far more important things on your mind.
Oh, so that's what was said. Dean Huxley, I feel a most profound apology coming on.
Oh, that crumb planter. A finer example of verbal skullduggery I have never heard.
Yes, a few minor word changes, a slight difference of inflection, even the raising of one eyebrow, and you have a total change of meaning.
Why, so he did come to you with this after all. But I can imagine what he said and what you've been thinking.
Oh, well,
Why, that nasty old... Oh, excuse me.
No, go right ahead. You can speak freely without any fear of contradiction from me, at any rate.
I'm sorry. But at the moment, just thinking about Professor Heaslip makes me cross.
I know. All he has to say is good afternoon, and you start wishing you brought your umbrella.
Well, Agnes, I don't mind telling you that this has relieved my mind.
Well, now that I'm here, perhaps you'd like to know what started off this chain reaction.
We certainly would.
Well, you see, a sophomore got snowed in on a skiing weekend. Missed an early Monday morning quiz with Professor Heaslip, and he's refused to give her a chance to take it later.
But why?
Well, it sounds like a good enough excuse.
Well, you know our ruling on lateness, Dr. Hall, and Heaslip refused to make an exception. The girl wrote her father, and he's coming into town tonight to see me. But that's why I can't be at the committee meeting.
Oh, I see. Well, Dean Huxley, I don't want to intervene, but if you'd like me to see the girl's father, I'll be only too happy to do so.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall, but I'm sure I can placate him. But there is something you can do for me.
Oh?
Will you please get Heaslip out of my hair?
Well, I'll do my best. As an ornament in anyone's coiffure, he leaves a little to be desired. But at the same time, I shall have to commend him.
For what? Not starting the Chicago fire?
No, for bringing to our attention, in however a roundabout way, a matter which should be near the top of our agenda. It's high time we examined the whole problem of student rules and brought them up to date.
Yes. You do still seem to have hoop skirt regulations which are a little difficult to sit down in.
So I shall appoint a committee to bring the whole subject before the Student Legislative Council. And to be sure that something is accomplished, I would like our Dean of Women to serve on that committee.
Why, I'll be glad to. Thank you, Dr. Hall. And my apologies for losing my temper about Heaslip.
Oh, and my apologies to you. I've been forcibly reminded that the loyalty of friends mustn't depend upon a constant reiteration of it. I have learnt with Molière that doubts are more cruel than the worst of truth.
But as we sadly start, our journeys are apart. A part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of Ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing I'll Dance at Your Wedding.
You'll soon be walking down the aisle with someone by your side. The bells will ring, the choir will sing, the groom will kiss the bride. Oh, what a day that's gonna be, they'll come from everywhere. And when they play, oh, promise me, I promise I'll be there. I'll dance at your wedding, I'll dance at your wedding, I'll dance at your wedding, I'll have a wonderful time. I'll drink to your father, I'll drink to your mother, then I'll have another for auld lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding, I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding, am I gonna shine at your wedding and mine? I'll drink to your father, I'll drink to your mother, then I'll have another for auld lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding, I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding, am I gonna shine at your wedding and mine?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, one of the pleasant things about Christmas shopping is the pause for refreshment afterwards. And in Weaverville, the favorite spot for that is a recently opened little place featuring a gypsy fortune teller and called, with great originality, the Little Gypsy Tea Room. We find a familiar trio occupying one of the tables this afternoon. There's Herbert Anderson, his daughter Mildred, and our young hero, Dennis Day, all waiting for the gypsy to unveil to them the mysteries of the future.
Gee, it's sure swell of you to take Mildred and me out to tea, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, well, we only live once, my boy. I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves.
Oh, we are, Daddy. But how did you ever manage to get the money for it?
Well, I'm afraid I did something a little unethical. I promise you won't tell.
Oh, of course we won't. But what did you do?
I got up earlier than Poopsie this morning and went through my pants pockets.
Gee, I bet you hereafter she keeps the money in her own pants. forgot they have no pockets.
I'm glad you did it, Daddy. Golly, I can't wait to hear our fortunes. Can you, Dennis?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I'm a little scared of what you'll tell me.
Well, why? Have you had your fortune told before?
Yeah, I dropped a penny in a scale one day, and a card came out saying, you weigh 153. Now turn over this card and read your future.
And what was on the back of the card?
Just one word. Boy.
Who believes in a silly sidewalk scale? Princess Romagna's a real gypsy. She knows the truth.
Look, she's free now, Dennis. Call her over.
Okay. Yo, Princess Romagna, over here, please.
How do you do? You are desirous of consulting with the gypsy?
Yes. We'd like our fortunes told, Princess.
Certainly, dearie. Would you like just your immediate future, or can I interest you in something from the cradle to the grave?
Well, whatever you see in our tea leaves.
All right. Let's have your cups, dearie. Oh, my, I seem to see a man in your life. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, it is.
He's dark, handsome, very distinguished looking, and terribly intelligent.
Oh, isn't she wonderful, Dennis?
What's so wonderful? She was looking right at me.
Tell me, Gypsy, are we going to be married someday?
Yeah. And look, do you see the 4 little specks of tea leaves at the side of the cup? That means you're going to have 4 children.
Pardon me, but one of those little specks is a fly.
Okay, so one of the children will be born in an aeroplane.
Oh, isn't that romantic? Now you, Daddy.
But I wasn't drinking tea, Mildred. All I had was a cup of coffee and a cigar.
Oh, that's okay. I do just as well with ashes. Flick a few toward Mecca.
No, I don't want to know my future. I'm content to just let my little poopsie push me toward it.
Well, okay. Let's have your cup, Sonny.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Thank you. Let's see now. Oh, my, what's this? The leaf says there's going to be a big change in your life.
Gosh, really?
Yeah, and soon. Maybe even this very day. Or tomorrow.
Oh, Dennis, isn't that marvelous?
Boy, I'll say. Are you sure, Gypsy?
Positive. Kismet is about to take a hint.
Gosh, and I never even met the fellow.
Kismet means fate, son.
Oh, can you see any more in the leaves, Gypsy? Can you tell me what I'm going to...
I'm sorry, but that is all the leaves reveal, Sonny. And now I have other customers, so if you'll kindly cross my palm.
Yes, of course, Gypsy. I have some silver right here to cross it with.
Silver? Look, let's get all the way across, shall we, with some of that stuff that bends?
Oh, yes. Well, here you are now. Thank you, Princess.
Shalom Aleichem, I'm sure. Bye.
Gosh, just think my whole life's going to be changed. I may even have a completely new personality, huh?
Well, it's possible, I guess.
Boy, come on. I can hardly wait for tonight to come so I can go to bed and wake up in the morning and meet myself.
Well, so you finally got home.
Oh, hi, Mother.
Oh, evening, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Butterball.
Oh, Mother, we had the most
That can wait, Mildred. You and your father step outside for a moment. I have a few words to say to this young man here. Alone.
Me?
Yes, you.
We'll see you later, Dennis. Come on, Daddy.
Mildred, if Kismet shows up, send him right in. I think I'm going to need him.
Dennis, I'll come right to the point. Do you know that my patience with you is exhausted?
Well, I knew that in my case it tired very quickly. But what have I done lately?
Are you aware that your room rent is 2 weeks overdue?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I realized it last night when I noticed that my bed was missing.
Dennis, I've strung along with you in the past because I hoped you'd change.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
But look at you. The same $8 a week job. The same miserable prospects. The same lame excuses about the rent for 2 years. You're even wearing the same sweatshirt you wore the day you came here. Is there anything to recommend you?
Not unless you admire consistency.
Well, I don't. I want my $12 or out you go.
But gee, Mrs. Anderson, how can you feel that way? It's almost Christmas time. The very air in this house should be filled with the Christmas spirit.
Well...
I can breathe it for $12, huh?
Exactly. And you've heard my last word on the subject.
Well, so this is Kismet. Gee, I can't wait for the next wonderful change in my life. I wonder what it'll be. Appendicitis or athlete's foot.
That you, Dennis?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Good morning. I've been waiting for you, son. I have something to tell you. And it's rather big news, my boy.
Big news? You mean, is it something that will change my whole life, is it?
It's just that, my boy.
Kismet, at last, at last.
Eh?
Quick, what is it? Tell me the glorious news. Quick.
Well, starting Monday morning, you'll be out of a job.
Huh?
That's right. I'm selling the store, son, so, of course, I'll have to let you go.
How could that Kismet turn out to be such a stinker?
I'm sorry, son, but you know I've always wanted a ranch out west. And now that I've found a rich young sucker to buy the store, I can have one at last.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Willoughby, this new owner, couldn't you recommend that he keep me on here?
Dennis, he's a member of my lodge. I couldn't do that to a fellow bald eagle.
Oh.
Besides, he's giving me $8,000 for this place. That's enough of a beating.
Gosh, $8,000?
Yes, exactly the price of the ranch I'm buying. Of course, I did want another place at $12,000, but unfortunately the bank turned down my application for a loan.
Your credit is no good?
Well, as a storekeeper, yes, but not as a rancher. They said unless I had someone in with me who knew all about ranching, they... Hey.
What?
Son, how would you like to be my brother Clarence?
I think I'd hate it.
I mean just long enough to go over to the bank and tell them that you're my brother from out west. That you know all about cattle ranching and that you're going to run my place for me. Then they'll give me the money for the ranch I really want.
But, Mr. Willoughby, isn't that a little sneaky?
Certainly not. I'll pay back the loan. You think they call me Honest Homer Willoughby for nothing?
Yes, sir.
Well, they don't. Now, look, Dennis, if you can put this over for me, I'll see that the new owner keeps you on.
Gee, do you mean it?
I do. And what's more, you'll get a $5 raise.
$5? Boy, you spend other people's money like it was other people's money, don't you?
Well, naturally. Now, run over to that costume place and get yourself a Western outfit and a handlebar mustache. Then hop right down to the bank and get to work on Mr. Courtney, okay?
Yeah, I guess I haven't got much choice.
Fine. And remember, you're no longer Dennis Day.
I'm not?
Of course not. You're my brother Clarence.
Oh, that's right. Gee, I hope when Kismet comes up with my permanent change, I'll come from a better family.
Yes? Mr. Willoughby to see me? No, tell him I... Oh, his brother. All right, Miss Flood, have him come in. That's funny. I didn't know Willoughby was... Well, I suppose I might as well see him. Come in.
Howdy there, partner. I'm from the land of the Golden West out way yonder there. Willoughby's my handle, Saddle Sore Willoughby of the B-Bar H.
You don't say.
I sure do, partner. What say we hunker down by the fire and palaver a spell, hey?
Well, I have no fire, but you can hunker down in that chair if you care. I'm sure you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you. You're right. This is darn good hunkering.
Good. Now, what's on your mind, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, it's about my brother Homer's loan, partner. Guess he didn't tell you I was going to run his ranch for him, hey?
He never even told me he had a brother, much less one that knew ranching. Why didn't he say something about it yesterday?
Settle back, son. I'm ready for that one. You see, he never knew until today that he had a brother.
What? Weren't you raised together?
Sure, but you know how close-mouthed us Western folks are. Ma just never told them who I was.
Didn't it ever occur to him to ask her?
Us Willoughbys ain't the nosy kind, Bob.
I find that story very hard to believe, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, give it everything you got, partner. It's the best I can do.
So you claim to be an experienced cattle rancher, eh?
You bet. Been a raising and a selling cattle since I was born. My pa had the biggest cattle ranch in all of Wyoming.
Oh? How many head did he have?
Why, one, of course, same as me.
I'm talking about heads of cattle.
Oh.
How many did he sell in an average year?
Oh, he didn't sell them that way, son. You had to take the whole animal, feet and everything.
Look, saddle sore. When we speak of a head of cattle, we're talking about the entire animal.
You don't say.
It's a fact. Now, how many head of cattle did your father have on this ranch of his?
Oh, shucks, partner, I never could count them. We had about 1,000 cows and as many calves.
And how many bulls?
None. We figured bulls was too vicious, so all we had was cows.
Well, that's not a bad trick if you can work it.
It ain't, huh?
No, but I don't think you can. No, brother, are you a faker?
Hold on there, partner. Smile when you say that, or I'll stick you good with my cowpoke.
With your cowpoke? Oh, this is murder.
I said smile, partner. I didn't tell you to milk it.
You're wonderful, friend. You really are. Now, will you be good enough to tell me what this is all about?
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Courtney, I'm Dennis Day, see?
Well, by George, so you are. That mustache...
Yes, sir. It was Mr. Willoughby's idea. See, he's pretty desperate for that loan, and he thought if I can...
excuse me. Yes? My wife's nephew. Confound my wife's nephew. Tell him I'm out. Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'll see him tonight at the house. My wife's relatives, every time I draw a breath, there's more of them on my neck. Her mother in one room, her sister in another, and her two cousins in a third.
Gee.
A man's home is supposed to be his castle. You know what my wife has done to mine?
It looks like she's lowered the drawbridge too often.
Yes, and now her nephew and his wife. And this morning he asked me to recommend an obstetrician. You know what that means?
No, sir.
An obstetrician is a baby doctor.
Gee, maybe they're going to have, if you'll pardon the expression, a baby.
Of course they are, drat it. But why do they have to come here and live with me? Oh, what I wouldn't give if they'd move to another town.
Yeah, I guess you... Hey, what would you give?
Huh?
Well, supposing I went to this nephew of yours and told him I was the doctor you recommended. If I could convince him that Weaverville was a terrible place to have babies, he'd move, wouldn't he?
Why, by golly, young man, you have brains.
It does seem that way for the moment, doesn't it?
Yes, and you're right. He would move, but fast.
Sure. And as a return favor, you'd agree to loan Mr. Willoughby and me $4,012 in cash.
Well, why the $12?
Well, it's sort of a down payment. I'd like to lie down again. Is it a deal?
Well, all right, I guess so. Here's my nephew's address. His name is Prince. Now, don't forget, you're a baby doctor.
Okay. Gee, first a store clerk, then a rancher, then a baby doctor. That Kismet sure is a busy little guy.
Yes, did you wish to see someone?
How do you do? I am Dr. Rittenhouse Weizkopf und Kuh, Himmelschlager from way down Dorten there in Vienna der Dorten, if you please.
Oh, you must be the doctor my uncle recommended.
The very same. Now, I understand that, or rather your wife, the both of you
we're expecting a baby.
I'm almost certain that's what you'll get.
I hope so.
Now then, where are you planning to raise this baby?
Where? Why, right here, of course.
In Weaverville?
Why, sure.
Ach, du lieber, hach mir nicht kein Scheine.
I don't understand, Doc. Is there something wrong with that?
My dear friend,
You want a fine bouncing baby, is that not so?
That's not possible here.
In Vivaville, they are just lying flat.
Golly.
I'm telling you, we got diseases here no one else ever even heard of. Did you ever hear of the Weaverville creep?
The Weaverville creep?
Every kid in Weaverville gets it.
My gosh. What is it? What does it do to them?
For a year after they're born, they can't walk. No, not only that, but when they get to be about 8 years old, all their teeth fall out. It could go on forever, but maybe you'd rather not hear it. Maybe you've already decided to move your little family away from here, yeah?
Well, no.
In that case, I continue. Now, suppose that you are a very lucky man who manages to bring up a baby who is healthy. You realize that in this town also grow the meanest kids in ganze Welt bestoppen sie Reifen verloren.
Kids are mean?
Every single one of them. We gotta spank them the minute they're born.
My goodness.
And the delinquency here. 95% of the children in this town are juvenile delinquents, and the other 5% shoot pool.
Doesn't the town council do anything about all this juvenile delinquency?
Town council? Why should they worry? They're too busy putting through laws to make it illegal to put anything but saloons on street corners.
But what about the drugstores?
They have all been forced to go underground.
But suppose someone was sick and needed medicine in the middle of the night.
They would have to eat pretzels with it.
I'm beginning to wonder now if this is the right town to raise my baby in.
It's about time. My boat was getting pretty near shut.
You know, Doc, I think you're right. Gwendolyn and I are packing tonight. We're leaving this town the first thing in the morning.
Good. Say, did I tell you how much calcium we got in the water here? Every kid in town is a bonehead. You better leave.
I already said we were going to.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I already had that line thought up, so I figured I might as well say it. Well, auf Wiedersehen, Dumka. Mr. Willoughby, Kismet, I did it, Kismet.
What?
You're in, Mr. Willoughby, and all because of me. Oh, I'm grand, I tell you, grand. Dennis, you may kiss me on the cheek if you wish.
Kiss you?
Sure, pretend you're a Frenchman. Go ahead, have fun.
Now look, Dennis.
Oh, I know. You haven't heard from Mr. Courtney yet. But wait till I tell you the news. You'll cheer.
What news?
Well, I've gotten you the loan for that ranch you wanted. This is a cheer.
Dennis, maybe it's you who should hear the news. You see, my buyer backed out. He phoned a little while ago to tell me the deal was off, and he was coming back to pick up his deposit.
Oh, my gosh. Then that means I'm still your employee?
Don't rub it in. It's tough on both of us.
And what about my $5 raise? Now, there's a silly question if I ever heard one.
Yeah. Well, it's too bad it blew up like this, Dennis, but I don't... Uh-oh, here comes that ex-buyer of mine.
Mr. Willoughby, not that fellow crossing the sidewalk. It can't be.
What? Why, of course it is.
Oh, no, Kismet, no.
Hello, Mr. Willoughby. Here I am for my deposit. Oh, hello, Doc.
Wie geht's?
Doc? Who are you calling Doc?
Why, this gentleman right here. He's the one who advised me to leave town.
What?
Oh, sure. And luckily I found a store in Middletown I like even better
than... Why, you?
Mr. Willoughby, no. Be careful. Your blood vessels will spring leaks.
Dennis, say when I'm through with you, your own mother won't recognize you.
Holy smoke. Is this the change I've been waiting for? If I ever get my hands on that Kismet, I'll murder the bum.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing And Mimi. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from
a Luster Cream Shampoo. Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream Shampoo. With Charles Dant in the orchestra, Dennis returns to our microphone to sing And Mimi.
On the Rue de la Paix, there was once a cabaret, and Mimi. As the night went along, there was suddenly a song, and Mimi. All the world seemed to say that they love the cabaret and Mimi. But I knew that when she'd see me, Mimi sang for me all along. Fame and a passion for dancing with the one that I adore. Taught her the dance, his passion, and for me she's singing no more. On the Rue de la Paix, there was once a cabaret, and Mimi. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy, just for Mimi and her song. Fame and a with a passion for dancing with the one that I adore. Taught her the dance in its passion, and for me she's singing no more. There was once a cabaret and me. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy, just for Mimi and her
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Christmas Eve, and in Mel Blanc's little town, all the I'll let it go until the last minute swains are feverishly buying gifts for their girlfriends. In the Furriers, we hear,
"This is a beautiful fur coat. Fine, I'll take it with me."
And further down the street, we hear,
"This is a beautiful handbag. Good. Wrap it up for me."
And still further down the street, where Mel Blanc is engaged in getting a gift for his girlfriend Betty, we hear,
"This is a beautiful watch."
Thanks, but can't you loan me more than $5 on it?
So Mel pawned the watch, and now we find him back in the fix-it shop figuring up the amount he has for Betty's gift.
Now, let's see. I borrowed $5. I pawned the watch for $5. I closed out my savings account at the bank. That's another $1. $11. What can I get, Betty? Oh, I know. Every time I go to her house and we sit in the parlor, the lights go out. I ought to get her a flashlight. No, a flashlight isn't a gift for a woman. It isn't a gift for a man, either. It's really a gift for an usher. Oh, well, it's late. I better close the fix-it shop and buy the gift.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Betty. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you'd be busy at your father's big Christmas party. How's it coming along?
Oh, fine. Except for Willie Murdoch. He's awfully fresh, you know. As soon as he came in, he tried to kiss me.
Kiss you? Why, I'll kill him.
Gosh, Mel, you should see how strong Willie is since he took those barbell exercises.
Strong? Well, Betty, it's a free country. Every man can do what he wants.
Oh, Mel, when you talk like that, I sometimes think you don't love me at all.
Oh, you know I do, Betty. Gosh, if we were only married, how wonderful it would be.
Yes. Every Christmas we'd have a tree.
And I'd come down the chimney, and on the mantelpiece would be your stocking and my stocking.
And there'd be another stocking, or 2, or even 3.
Betty, how many feet does your father have? Gee, I wish I'd been invited to your father's party.
Oh, well, Mel, that's what I came down here for.
To invite me?
Yes, in fact, Father said, "Betty, I want to make it possible for Mel Blanc to feel the warmth of Christmas spirit."
Well, I don't know, Betty. Last time your father said that, he got me halfway to the furnace.
Don't be silly, darling. Come on, they must be looking for me at the party.
Okay, Betty. Oh, wait a minute. I got to get something very important. I'll tell you what. You go on, and I'll be there in a short while, huh?
Well, if it's that important, all right. I'll see you later, darling.
Bye. Oh, what can I get for Betty? Gosh, she sure is beautiful. She looks just like the cover girl on this month's Drill Press Digest. Miss Conveyor Belt of 1947.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Bradley. Merry Christmas. What brings you in here at this late hour?
Well, Mel, you've been so nice all year fixing all of little Bobby's broken toys that I thought I'd bring you a Christmas present. Here.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mrs. Bradley. Just what I've always wanted. A $1 bill. Oh, there's some writing here. To Mel, a Merry Christmas and a Happy Henry Morgenthau, Jr. Oh, I'm reading your writing and the government's. Well, I've got to close up, Mrs. Bradley. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. What's the matter, Mrs. Bradley?
Oh, I was just thinking. You know, Mel, Bobby and I are alone, and for the past few years we haven't had any Santa Claus come down our chimney. Well, it's gotten so that Bobby doesn't believe there is a Santa Claus.
Oh, gosh, that's one of the worst things I know, a kid not believing in Santa Claus. Well, I've got to go, Mrs. Bradley.
Mel, I was just thinking that if you don't have anything important to do tonight, maybe you'd play Santa Claus for my Bobby.
Me play Santa? Mm-hmm. Oh, but Mrs. Bradley, I've got a very important... Oh. No. I don't have anything to do, anyway, not anything that's more important than making a kid believe in Santa Claus. I'll come down that chimney tonight. Oh, Zuki.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, Mel. Oh, hello, Mrs. Bradley. Thanks.
Now, look, Zuki, I want you to go over to Betty's house and tell her I'm sick.
But, Mel, what can he see is wrong with you?
Anything. Tell Betty I was bitten by a streptococcus. No, she just saw me. Oh, I know. Tell her I'm in the hospital. I tried to mail a package at the last minute. Mrs. Bradley, tonight I'm going to convince your son that there is a Santa Claus. Now, hurry up, Zuki.
Oh, thanks, Mel.
Oh, leave it to me, Mel. Hi-yo, Blitzen.
my new dress, Cookie.
Cute. Hey, everybody, you want to hear me sing a Christmas carol?
Why, yes, Cookie. Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. In my merry Oldsmobile, in my merry Oldsmobile, in my merry Oldsmobile, in my merry Oldsmobile, with a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey, Zookie, where's Mel Blanc?
Oh, that's what I came to tell you. He can't come. He's got the moon in the moon. He's got the he's got chicken for Pete. He can't make up his mind what he's got.
I don't know. Sounds very fishy to me. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a date with another girl.
He has. I mean, no.
You mean he went out with another girl? Zookie, who is she?
Well, she's a there isn't a... he ain't going out with the... No. And besides, I promise not to tell.
And he is going out with another girl.
You see? What did I tell you, Mr. Colby?
Betty, I told you that Mel Blanc's a scoundrel. Why, I'm going to break every bone in his body.
Oh, gee whiz. Mel is in a terrible state. He's doing somebody a favor. But Betty thinks he's doing something. Let's sing Christmas carols. In my merry old
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
No kisses for you neath the mistletoe? Perhaps a breath of trouble scared off your beau. It's just too bad when that breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, catches up with a person, for it marks them down socially. So be on your guard. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now Mel Blanc joins the sportsman and Victor Miller in a holiday arrangement of Jingle Bells.
Through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go.
Oh, goodbye!
Laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring.
Clang, clang.
Making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
What fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Jingle, little bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, jingle, little bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride, glide, slide along in an open sleigh.
Mel is in a jam again. His girl, Betty, thinks he's out with another girl. But actually, Mel has promised Widow Bradley he would play Santa Claus for her little son tonight. But no matter how much trouble he has, the wonderful thing about Mel is that he can always concentrate on his duties in the fix-it shop. Right now, his brilliant mind tackles the difficult problem of repairing a priceless violin left by a customer.
Gosh, why did I ever promise Mrs. Bradley I'd go to her house?
With skilled fingers and expert eye, he delicately tunes the sensitive instrument.
Well, I'm glad I did. The most important thing I could do was make a child believe in Santa Claus.
And now, having completed the masterful repairs, he gently places the rare violin under his chin, raises the precious bow, and draws it across the muted strings.
Nothing like classical music. Gee, I got to run over to Mrs. Bradley's. I'll try to call Betty once more.
Hello?
Hello, can I speak to Betty?
Listen, Blank, how many times must I tell you Betty doesn't want any part of you?
But Willie!
All right, Billy, I'll talk to him. So you are going out with another girl. Now, Blank, I never want to see you again. And furthermore, I would marry you on a bet.
Oh, Betty, you can't mean that. You were going to be the mother of my children.
Well, it's too late.
Well, I don't mind about myself, Betty, but what am I going to tell all those kids? Betty, if you don't give me a chance to explain, I'll drown myself. I'll go right out and throw myself in the reservoir.
I don't care.
Betty, do you realize you have to drink that water?
You have nothing more to say to me, Mel Blanc. Goodbye.
Oh, who has time for petty arguments? I gotta go. Got a big job to do today. Uh-oh, here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Well, what's the matter, mighty potentate? You're not looking so well.
Well, Mel, I woke up this morning on my left side.
Oh, what's so bad about that?
That's the side that faces my wife. Every morning I get up and there she is, yawning with her mouth wide open. I tell you, Mel, it's like living in the Rose Bowl.
Oh, I don't know, mighty potentate. You can find beauty in every person if you only dig deep enough.
Mel, I have no room in my garage for a steam shovel. And now she's got that new mine detector in the house.
Mine detector?
Yeah. Every time I put my hand in a purse for some extra cash, she yells, "Stop! That's mine!" What a woman, if you'll pardon the expression. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what to talk to. Well, so long, Mel. I suppose I'll see you at Hoagy's party.
Well, I'm not going there, mighty potentate. I promised to play Santa Claus for Widow Bradley's boy, Bobby.
Well, that's a noble gesture, my boy. Well, I can't stop to talk now, Mel. I got to go to Colby's, and I have to get a substitute present for my wife.
Oh, but you told me you got her one last week.
Oh, I did. I had it all Christmas wrapped. I tied a red bow on it, put a do not open till Xmas sticker on it, and I hid it under her bed.
Well, don't tell me she opened it before Christmas.
Yeah. During the night, she heard the darn thing ticking. Well, so long, Mel.
Goodbye, mighty potentate. A merry boo and a happy new ugga to you. Well, I got to get a Santa Claus suit and go to Mrs. Bradley's now. I never thought it would get me in so much trouble, but it's worth it if I make that kid believe in Santa Claus.
Gosh, Mom, let's go to sleep. It's 9:30 already.
Well, let's not be so hasty, Bobby. What would you say if a man came down the chimney?
I'd say, look, Mom, a burglar. Well, I'm going upstairs anyway. I'm tired. Night, Mom. Merry Christmas.
Oh, just a moment, Bobby. I think
Whoa, Dancer! Whoa, Prancer! What's that first step? Missed that first step. Merry Christmas, Bobby!
Hey, Mom, look. What is it?
That's Santa Claus, Bobby.
That's right, my boy. Just came from my igloo.
Igloo? What's that?
A Quonset hut made out of ice cubes. Oh, it was cold and barren, but I was lucky to get it. It was formerly owned by a veteran.
Mommy, he really is Santa Claus.
I told you, Bobby, there really is a Santa Claus.
Only one? Why, there are hundreds all over the world. In fact, I just came from the Santa Claus Convention at the North Pole.
A Santa Claus convention?
Yes? You should have heard the Scandinavian Santa Claus. He said, "By open himmelary going to make all the little girls and boys very happy. So a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Smorgasbord." Then the Santa Claus from Scotland got up and he said, "How I ever become a Santa Claus, I'll never know. All I do is give things away. It ain't like me." Then the fellow from Italy got up.
They have a Santa Claus in Italy, too?
Sure, Giuseppe Claus. He got up and he said, "I got to do worst the job of all. It's a breaking on my back to carry this stuff. Every house you got to turn the bambinos. I got to put on more help. Either that or my sled, she's got to have a trailer." And the Brazilian Santa Claus said to the convention, "I hope you all have a very good Christmas and a Happy New Year. We're going to make all the kiddies very happy because our slogan is, South America, give it away." And then the convention was closed by the Russian delegate, and he sang, Christmas!
Santa, do you have any toys for me?
Oh, Bobby, we mustn't ask for everything. You have your old toys. It isn't necessary for Santa to bring new ones.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Bradley. I've plenty of toys for Bobby.
You have?
Why, sure. I'll take them out of my bag. Here's roller skates, a water pistol, a chemical set, and a hockey stick. And let's see now. Yep, $11 worth.
Gee, Mom, we've got everything this Christmas.
Oh, yes, Bobby. Thank you, Santa. I wish we could have a big party for you, Santa.
Oh, that's quite all right. We're having a great party right here. Let's sing, huh? Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride. I wonder what Betty's doing right now.
Oh, come in.
Merry Christmas.
Mr. Cushing and Mr. Colby and... Betty.
Mel, darling, why didn't you tell us Mr. Cushing explained everything?
That's right, Mel, and I feel good. I almost feel good enough to go home and kiss my wife. Blindfolded, of course. Mel, my boy, you've done a wonderful thing. You wouldn't come to our party, so we brought the party to you. Oh, and here's some gifts for Bobby. Druggist Brown, didn't you have something?
Oh, yeah. Here, Bobby, my boy. 100 of them, and each one good for a soda.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Brown. A box of straws.
Oh, this is so wonderful. Everybody's here. The mayor, the chief of police, Hey, where's Willie Murdoch?
That troublemaker. I fired him. What's more, I was going to break every bone in his body.
On Christmas, Mr. Colby?
Well, I thought of that, Mel, so I just broke every other bone.
Gosh, Betty, that was a wonderful party, wasn't it?
You were wonderful, Mel. This is the best Christmas I've ever had.
Yeah, except for one thing. You got me a gift, and I haven't got a present for you.
Oh, that's all right, darling. I know what you did with the money. And I'm going to give you a hug for the hockey stick, for the water pistol, for the chemical set, and 2 hugs for the roller skates.
Why didn't I get Bobby that bag of jelly beans? Oh, wait a minute, Betty. I do have a Christmas present for you.
You do? What is it?
Come closer.
Oh, Mel. Everybody's looking and listening.
Listening? Where?
Can't you see the microphone there?
Oh, gosh. You can't do a thing around here without millions of people listening in. Well, we hope you keep on because we love it. Good night, folks, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning.
chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
If you're looking for romance, be very sure that no little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, will come between you and your heart's desire. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, night and morning and before every date. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. As for cleaning, no dentifrice at any price will clean your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, the new literary lion, Mr. James A. Farley, Fulton Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. He's the man who knows your Ford from F to D and from bumper to bumper. What's more, he's vitally interested in your Ford. He wants to see that it gives you the best possible service. His mechanics are Ford-trained experts working with special Ford equipment. They use methods approved by the Ford factory and genuine Ford parts. So you can expect a better job done in less time and at a lower cost when you take your Ford back home for service.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week a survey reported that the life expectancy of the average man is 62 6/10 years. Tonight, we present an average man who hopes to live to be as old as his joke. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In Portland, what is this life expectancy business? What is that?
The average man is supposed to live 62 years.
Oh, that's silly.
That's what Mama says.
What?
A man can't get his Social Security until he's 65.
Well, if he only lives to be 62.
The man will have to be dead 3 years before he can apply for his Social Security.
Well, the Marshall Plan is better than that.
How does that work?
Well, to get money under the Marshall Plan, you have to be living, but not in this country. Enough about life expectancy. What is our laugh expectancy for this evening?
Oh, I have some clippings.
Oh, clippings. Good. What's in the news?
Last Sunday, Edgar Bergen's program wasn't on the air.
No kidding. You mean Edgar's listeners didn't have a chance to hear that singing jingle? Arroyo pudding. Rich with flavor. Moose with fiddle. They didn't have a chance. Music lovers, jingle lovers didn't hear that.
And Jack Benny's program was off at the beginning, and he was cut off at the end, too.
The beginning and the end were off, eh?
Uh-huh.
Now, if they can only find a way to do something about the middle of Benny's program, radio will really be making progress, Portland.
I read that Jack's going to England this summer.
Yes, he's America's answer to C. Aubrey Smith.
Oh, you're always picking on Jack.
Why not? Benny is the only actor in Hollywood who has a burglar alarm on his garbage pail.
Jack lost Ronald Coleman's Oscar.
I know that. Mrs. Levant called Benny up to see if he could do as much for her. Tell me that's not libelous, is it? Is that libel? You're liable to get a letter from Oscar for that. Tell me, what else is new?
They caught a man from New Jersey selling horse meat in New York.
No kidding. How did they catch him?
Somebody found a racing form and a beef stew.
No kidding. I had a steak one time. I think it came from a steeplechase horse.
Why?
Every time I stuck my fork in the steak, it jumped over the mashed potato. And after that, I think I'll jump over the next two jokes, Portland, and start for Alan's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, last week, the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Mastodonic and Super Colossal Circus opened here at Madison Square Garden. And so our question naturally is, what did you like best about this year's edition of the circus?
Shall we go?
As the stocking said when the garter broke, there's nothing to hold me up. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, I guess Senator Claghorn's in all right. His Ford is parked in the mule stall. The mule must be in the house putting on the feed bag with the senator. Well, let's knock.
I say somebody put the skin to my mansion. Oh, it's you, Jowl Eyes.
Jowl Eyes? Now, wait a minute, Senator.
Oh, your head looks lumpy, son. I can see you got something on your mind.
Well, yes,
Well,
Senator.
spill it, son. I'm busier than a sinner's kneecap at a revival meeting. You know, the baseball season opens in Washington tomorrow. I'm getting little old Harry in shape.
Well, is the president going to participate in the game?
Why, sure is. This year, Harry will play ball with anybody. Yeah, you know, he can't wait to throw that first ball out to the Washington team.
Well, why?
It'll be the first time this year the Senators have taken anything from Harry.
Well, tell me, Senator, how do you think the baseball season is going to turn out?
Well, the Taft-Hartley Act is going to make it hard on umpires.
The Taft-Hartley Act?
Now, before an umpire can call a strike, he'll have to get out an injunction.
Well, look, tell me, Senator, what about the circus this year? Have you seen
Well, son, the circus ain't got nothing we ain't got down in Washington. Take them clowns. We got more clowns in Washington than the circus ever seen. And them Ubangies. We got politicians with bigger mouths than any Ubangie. Now, take that juggler keeping 20 Indian clubs in the air. Congress has got the whole country up in the air.
Well, what about the strong man, Senator? He carried 20 men on his back.
Well, carrying 20 men ain't nothing, son.
No?
We got a man down in Washington named Stassen.
A strong man?
He just carried 2 states, Wisconsin and Nebraska. So long, son. So long, Eddie.
I wonder if Harold will put those down later. Well, let's see. Let's see if Mr. Moody is still around.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, what is your reaction to the circus this year?
Oh, shucks. Circus don't mean nothing to me.
No?
No. My whole family was circus folks.
Oh, really?
They was freaks, mostly. My Uncle Geek Moody.
Geek Moody?
Geek L. Moody.
Yes?
He was known as Jojo, the dog-faced boy. He was famous.
Oh, yes, I've heard of Jojo.
He used to pose for dog food ads.
Pose? He posed, eh?
Jojo was a man of distemper. And then, my aunt, Mona Moody.
Yes?
She traveled as Madame Lafarge.
Oh, Madame Lafarge, eh?
She was a bearded lady.
Oh. Well, how did your aunt become a bearded lady?
Why, she was raised on goat's milk.
Yes?
As a baby, she had a little goatee.
I see. I could see how that would develop.
Yeah. But the time she went to the circus, Mona was sure hairy.
She was hairy, eh?
Her face looked like the elbow of a raccoon caught.
Well, what other relatives did you have with the circus?
Well, my brother, Bunch Moody, he was a duck impersonator.
A duck impersonator, eh?
But things got bad and he disappeared.
He took his feathers and his webbed feet and disappeared completely?
Yeah. There was only one trace.
The duck impersonator?
He left a big bill at the hotel.
Have you yourself ever been with the circus, Titus?
Oh, once when I was a boy, but I got fired.
Fired? What happened?
Why, my job was feeding Jumbo, the elephant.
Yeah?
After 2 months, Jumbo lost 400 pounds. He wanted nothing but skin and tusks.
Well, how come?
I was nearsighted.
Nearsighted?
For 2 months, I was leaving the elephant's hay at the wrong end.
The elephant's hay at the wrong end?
Yeah. Jumbo was starving to death.
Uh-huh.
But he was setting pretty. So long, then.
Titus is too much for me. Let's try this next door.
Howdy, Jeffy.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. How do you feel about the circus this year?
I'm going with Mr. and Mrs. Epstein.
Oh, the Epsteins, eh?
He is in the fur business, a big scream.
Oh, in the fur business. Well, tell me, what happened at the circus?
First, we are seeing the Siamese twins, 2 girls.
Girls, Siamese twins?
And standing in front is a big crowd, and everybody's guessing.
Guessing what?
Which Siamese twin is having the Tony Permanent?
Oh, I see. Well, after viewing the twins...
We are seeing the animals until is happening the accident.
Oh, say, what caused the accident?
Well, Mrs. Epstein is wearing, why not, her husband is in the fur business, a leopard coat.
Oh, I see.
Passing the leopard's cage, Mrs. Epstein is looking first on her coat, next on the leopard.
Uh-huh.
And she is saying, for this I am marrying.
Yeah?
Mr. Epstein is saying, what now?
What now?
Pointing to the leopard, Mrs. Epstein is saying, an animal is wearing a better fur coat than Lulubelle Epstein. So Mr. Epstein is saying, your coat's with connections, I'm buying wholesale.
Yeah?
Who does a leopard know he could buying wholesale a skin?
I see.
With this, Mrs. Epstein is pouting.
She's pouting, eh?
Mr. Epstein is saying, the leopard is a phony. His skin is imitation. I will prove it.
Being in the business.
Through the cage, Mr. Epstein is reaching in the hand to feeling by the leopard the skin.
Yes?
Yay! There is a shriek.
A shriek? What happened?
You are eating with the circus is the great Eunice.
Oh, the fellow who balances himself on only one finger?
One finger.
You mean the great Eunice?
He is formerly Mr. Epstein.
That brings us to Mr. Cassidy's shanty. Well, let's stop for a minute or so with Ajax.
What on the hook you do? How do you do?
Well, Ajax, have you been to the circus yet?
Don't mention circus to me. The opening matinee, I took my little nephew, Cosmos O'Shaughnessy.
Cosmos O'Shaughnessy?
Oh, sure, he's a human wildcat.
Really?
Well, to keep Cosmos from disrupting the circus, I bought him a box of Cracker Jacks, and I held him firmly by his sticky hair.
You walked around holding little Cosmos by the hand?
Well, only once I let go.
When was that?
Well, I was passing a big cage, you see.
Yeah.
And outside it said Gargantua.
Gargantua?
Well, I looked in the cage. And this gentleman was in there.
Yes.
And I says to myself, says I, Gargantua. He looks like an uncle of mine, Mullet Muldoon.
Mullet Muldoon, eh?
Says I, hello, Mullet. But he just sat there cracking peanuts between his toes.
Well, it must have been Gargantua.
Unless Mullet was playing possum.
That's possible. Well, after this episode...
So I reached out and I took little Cosmos again by the hand.
I see.
And I looked down. Glory be!
What?
By the hand, instead of holding little Cosmos O'Shaughnessy with his box of Cracker Jack.
Yes?
I'm holding a midget, a little wrinkled one.
A wrinkle? Well, what did you do?
Well, the circus was over. What could I do?
You took the midget home?
I explained the circumstances to Mr. and Mrs. O'Shaughnessy.
Yes?
They took a shine to the midget.
Uh-huh.
And the midget took a shine to the O'Shaughnessys. Oh, there was blessings all around.
Well, what happened to little Cosmos?
If you happen to visit the circus...
Yes?
And you see a midget with a sticky hand eating Cracker Jack...
Yes?
You're looking at Cosmos O'Shaughnessy.
Well, tell me, Ajax, how did you personally like the circus?
Me boy, they call it the biggest show on earth. To me, it is the biggest disappointment on earth.
Disappointment? The circus?
All that sawdust on the floor and you can't buy a drink in the place. Good night.
Now, from the circus, we turn to our musical sideshow. The five DeMarco sisters and Maestro Al Goodman and his big top band combined to give us Tooly Ooly Dooly. Girls?
When a Swiss boy goes calling on a Swiss miss in June, doody, 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 doo, he sings a pretty tune. And he charms her like magic when he yodels this tune. Doody, 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 doo, neath the Alpine moon, the echo goes higher. Are both on fire. So when you get lonely, now you know what to do. Doody, 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 doo. Make your dreams come true. The echo goes higher, with the doody, doody, doody. And all of a sudden they knew their hearts were on fire. So when you get lonely, now you know where to do, how to do. Doody, 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 doo. Doody, 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 doo. Make your dreams come true. With a doody,
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
Do you have a minute to help me? I'm writing a love poem.
A love... Kenny, why waste time writing a love poem? Call the girl up, reverse the charges, and tell her how you feel about it.
Yeah, but I know, but my poem isn't about a girl.
Not about... What sort of a dactyl is it?
Well, I'll read it. Listen. Roses are red, violets are blue. Fords love Ford service, and so will you.
What's wrong with that? It starts off swell.
Yeah, I know. It's the next couplet is where I need help.
Oh, well.
I can't seem to rhyme genuine Ford parts, special equipment, Ford trained mechanics, and factory-approved methods.
Now, that takes a bit of doing, but I may be able to handle it, pending the arrival of Superman. Let me see. Special equipment. You need a rhyme special. Say, I have it, Kenny. How is this? Special equipment and Ford-trained mechanics stop service worries, eliminate panics.
Ah, that's great, Fred. Great. Yeah. And I have a sock finish. Get this. Your Ford is never nervous when you bring it home for service. How was that, Fred?
Well, you want the truth, Kenny.
Yeah.
It was all right, but you will never be the Edgar Guest of tomorrow.
Well, maybe not, Fred, but at least my poem tells why the best service from start to finish is designed to cost less at your friendly Ford dealer.
Yes, it does. It does do that. You have just heard a minute or two from Now is the Hour, played by Maestro Al Goodman and 25 men who, if their instruments were taken away, would look like the police lineup. And now, say, Portland.
Yes?
Will you help me arrange these chairs around the table here, please? We're having a literary discussion tonight.
Have you found the book?
Oh, I have a book, an author, and a brace of critics.
Oh, who is the author?
Mr. James A. Farley.
Who is Mr. James A. Farley.
Who is Mr. James A. Farley? He is only one of the most famous figures in American political life. Why, Mr. Farley's new book is sweeping the country. It's number 2 on the best seller list as of today.
Has it been banned in Boston yet?
No, only in Maine and Vermont. I'm looking forward to this tonight, Portland. This is going to be some discussion.
What a night for the literati.
Yes, and for the people who can read, too. They're enjoying. Well, Portland, I guess we're all set. Let's start our book program.
Presenting The Author Meets His Match. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is your moderator, that popular literary figure, the man who knew Random House when it was just a Quonset hut, Mr. Frederick Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, fellow bookworms. Tonight, as usual, our program is unrehearsed, unprepared, and uncalled for. The book up for discussion this evening is Jim Farley's Story, written by the Honorable James A. Farley. We have a brilliant panel of literary giants assembled this evening. I'm going to ask the critics to introduce themselves. Now, first...
I am Dr. Wolfgang Holstein.
You are a psychiatrist, Dr. Holstein?
Yeah, so my office is in Central Park.
In Central Park?
Yeah, instead of a couch, my patients lay down on a bench.
Well, how can patients find you in Central Park?
Simple. You come in from 6th Avenue, and on the left you are looking behind a bush and whistling.
You are behind the bush?
I am dressed like a doctor. I am wearing a white coat and white pants.
Oh, I see.
In between patients, I sell good humor.
Doctor, do you by any chance have a literary background?
Oh, so I am writing a book now on psychiatry.
Oh, a book?
It is called From Neurosis to Halitosis.
Very good. Very good.
The bookmark is a package of Sen-Sen.
Well, thank you, Dr. Holst.
You're welcome.
Now, our next critic.
I am Prudence Paddleford.
And you, Miss Paddleford?
I am the literary consultant and hostess in charge of tea bags for the Rexall drugstore.
You review the books before they go on sale at your chain of drugstores?
Yes, I select books that will help the sale of our merchandise.
Well, just how do you mean that, Miss Paddleford?
Well, for example, when we're having a sale of soap, we display Captain from Castile. When we have a special on umbrellas, we feature Raintree County.
Very good, yes.
And when we displayed Bob Hope's book,
yes,
we were introducing Airwick.
Well, now... Thank you, Miss Paddleford. And now the international celebrity.
I am Sergei Stroganov from the Soviet Union, literary correspondent for the world's outstanding daily newspaper, Pravda. I am the sworn enemy of yellow journalism, bourgeois music, and things in general.
Mr. Stroganoff, you are a critic.
All my life I have been a critic. That is why I'm in America today.
Well, why?
I criticize something in Russia.
Mr. Stroganoff, how do you feel about American books?
Americans? Bah! They are all capitalists. The only books the Americans are reading are bank books. God will hold you, plutocrats.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stroganoff. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished author of the evening.
I am James A. Farley.
Mr. Farley, you are the author of Jim Farley's Story.
I am.
Tell me, how did you come to write about yourself?
In politics, Mr. Allen, that's the safest thing to do.
The safest?
You better write about yourself before somebody else does.
Well, will you tell us something about your book, Mr. Farley?
I'd be glad to. Jim Farley's Story is a sort of a record of my life in politics. Over 35 years of service in the Democratic Party.
Well, at what point in your life, Mr. Farley, did you first suspect that you would join this party?
When I was a baby, my parents knew I would grow up to be a Democrat.
Well, how?
A Republican politician who was running for office came around kissing babies.
Yes?
When he bent over my crib to kiss me...
Yes?
I bit him on the nose.
And?
Biting that Republican was my first service to the Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. There, ladies and gentlemen, you have our brilliant lineup for tonight. Our author, Mr. James A. Farley, versus our three astounding critics. And now, critics...
Excuse me, please.
Yes, Dr. Holstein?
Mr. Farley is a very interesting psychological case.
Well, how do you mean that, Doctor?
Well, as a baby, he bit a man on the nose.
Yes?
This is a sign of frustration. The baby could not bite his own nose, so he bit somebody else's nose.
You Americans always you're sticking your noses into somebody else's business. In Russia, everybody has his nose to the grindstone. It looks terrible.
Speaking of noses, give your nose a treat. Let it smell the perfume on sale at Rexall.
Ah, you see, I told you. Now Rexall is putting their business in everybody's noses.
Critics, we are here to discuss Mr. Farley's book. Mr. Farley, I've heard you on several radio programs recently speaking about your book in glowing terms.
Yes, Mr. Allen, I've appeared with the Fitzgeralds, Mary Margaret McBride, Dorothy and Dick, an author meets the critic.
Radio in America, bah! In Russia is the real radio. What program? The masses goes a-shopping. Life can be brutal, and Comrade Linkletter's program, People Are Bolsheviks. That's radio.
Excuse me, please.
Yes,
Please,
Dr. Holstein, yes, Dr. Holstein.
I had a patient once who was on the radio. He was a sound man.
A sound man?
Yeah. All he did was open and close doors.
Yes?
After 5 years, he thought he was a door.
You say this man thought he was a door?
Yeah, he took the buttons off his vest and had a knob sewed on. All day he went around knocking himself.
Doctor, did you cure this patient?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
He no longer thinks he's a door?
No, today he thinks he's a window. He goes with his vest pulled up, he thinks he's open.
Yes, it is very. Speaking of radio, Rexall carries a complete stock of radios. And remember, if there's no Rexall drugstore in your neighborhood is no neighborhood, it's a wilderness.
In America, that's a wilderness. Siberia's a wilderness.
Your brain is a wilderness. Who needs you here?
Please, critics. Dr. Holstein, please, if you will.
I'm sorry.
Control yourself, Doctor. I must remind you, critics, we're here to discuss Mr. Farley's book. Now, Mr. Farley, would you tell us, please, some of the highlights of Jim Farley's story?
Well, I think one of the most exciting days of my life was the day I was appointed Postmaster General.
Postmaster General. That is capitalism. A general can't make enough money being a general. He's got to be a postmaster on the side. The mail is...
Mr. Farley, excuse me.
Yes, Dr. Holstein.
You said you were the Postmaster General?
Yes, I was appointed in 1933.
Yeah, so in 1933, I mailed out a bill to one of my patients. The patient never paid me. He said he never got the bill.
But what does that concern me, Doctor?
Well, did you ever have a letter left over in your mail bag?
I didn't deliver the mail, Doctor. I was the Postmaster General.
Oh, excuse me.
Dr. Holstein, did you put a stamp on that letter in 1933?
A stamp? I knew I forgot something.
Stamps remind me. You make a stamp with your tongue. This week, Rexall is featuring a delicious tongue sandwich. As we say at Rexall, our tongue sandwich speaks for itself.
Yeah, this is America. Only a sandwich can speak. A man can't open his mouth.
Open your mouth. You don't say nothing. That's all you got to talk. Open your mouth.
One more outburst, and I'll adjourn this discussion. I'm sorry, Mr. Farley. Getting back to your book, today in the New York Times, I noticed that Jim Farley's story is second on the bestseller list. How do you account for that?
Well, Mr. Allen, this is an election year. Probably everybody is interested in politics.
Yeah, Mr. Farley, as a psychiatrist, I would say that politics is the most...
Politics is bourgeois propaganda.
Stroganoff, I was talking...
Talking, always you're talking yatta.
At least I say something.
It's the only honest politics. We are having the secret ballot.
The secret ballot?
The Communist Party and the other party.
What is the other party?
That is the secret.
How could a big march like you people take it any...
Quiet, please. In your book, Mr. Farley, in your book, do you deal with any other subject, or do you confine yourself to politics?
Well, I mentioned of my business association with the Coca-Cola Company.
Yeah, you know, that is most interesting, Mr. Farley. I once had a patient who thought he was a Coca-Cola bottle.
A Coca-Cola bottle?
Yeah, every time he returned himself to my office, I had to give him a nickel back on himself.
What finally really happened to this patient who thought he was a bottle of Coca-Cola?
He blew his top.
The top drink is vodka and Coca-Cola. In each glass we are putting 2 bears' feet.
2 bears' feet?
Those are the paws that refresh us.
That may be a joke, but Rexall service is no joke.
You are a joke. I'm laughing on you.
Yeah, hyenas is always laughing.
Touche, Dr.
Hyena, he says. They are calling me a hyena. Are you listening, Joe?
I'm sorry, Mr. Farley. Mr. Farley, we don't seem to be getting anywhere with your book.
I don't want to be an old spoil sport, Mr. Allen, but something tells me that none of your critics has read my book.
Well, I'll soon find out. Critics, have you read Mr. Farley's book?
No.
This is indeed embarrassing, Mr. Farley. No one on the panel apparently has read Jim Farley's story. If we could get a few copies of the book in a hurry...
I can take care of that.
Well, this is Sunday, Mr. Farley. The bookstores are all closed.
Fortunately, I always carry a suitcase full of books with me. Wait until I open this case.
But, Mr. Farley...
Step right up, folks. Get your copy of Jim Farley's story.
Mr. Farley.
$3.50, complete with jacket and bookmark.
Mr. Farley.
You say Jim Farley's story ain't enough? Tell you what I'm going to do.
Now, wait a minute.
Get away, boys. You bother me. Here you are, folks. With every copy of Jim Farley's story, I'm giving a ballpoint pen.
I want to thank Mr. James A. Farley for joining us tonight and Mr. Jack Eigen for tuning us in. And I want to remind you that your Ford dealer is now showing the new Ford trucks. And from all reports, these trucks are really something. The new line of 139 models includes the biggest Ford trucks ever built. And they're all bonus built, which means built extra strong to last longer. See them at your Ford dealers. Next week, our guest will be Brooklyn's Man of the Hour, Leo DeRocha. Thank you and good night. Good night. Thank you.
This program came to you from New York. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.